Sorry, we had a few technical issues there. One of the joys of living up a 600, but hopefully we're now up and running. 3:30. Ingrid has been the face of the fair for many years. Lady Clotworthy, she's also a world-class, all sorts of birds. I think your strength is particularly in the small birds, although I have seen some massive ones that you've done, pieces, like dogs, lions, and things like that. Ingrid will be talking taxidermy tomorrow, but we've got a good program of events in front of us. Plenty of guests, absolutely hundreds of prizes, around £3,000 worth of prizes, including our top prize, which anyone who comes onto the stream or likes our Facebook stream go into the draw for a top country day out prize, which is effectively a pair of Swarovski binoculars, recommended price £600. A Barber coat sponsored by Stephen Smith Country Sports, Ireland's top barber dealer, and a Game Fair hip flash in between lots of phone in, give your name, address, and then that will go into either a draw, or if there's not enough people have phoned up for the giveaway, you get the giveaway. Exercise today. But before I start, Game Fair hip flasks and wish him a speedy recovery. So on with the program. We're now going to look at
40 years of Game Fair videos, where we will be looking back at an incredible 40 years of the great game fairs of Castle, Birr Game Fair, everywhere in the past 40 years where a great Game Fairs of Ireland has taken place. We will be looking back on right now.
And shortly after the video, we're going to have our first giveaway, which is a book, Chef at the Great Game Fairs of Ireland. There's some other books, and of course, there are bags of Feedwell dog food. That will be our first giveaway after the video. So without further ado, we'll play the video, 40 years of Great Game Fairs of Ireland.
Enjoy.
Of all of the people who contribute across the board, good chef, but he also shoots and he fishes, so he's a unique interest in food.
An all-rounder, as some would say.
An absolute all-rounder. You've seen a few flashes of educate as well as entertain. You can see the fine food with friends like Peter Gott, fashion show run by Stephen Steen, where kids can catch a fish. They often then take it to Emmett, who will cook it for them. And those are memories that are made for years and years. And I'm rather humbled when I get people coming up to me at the fair. It makes me feel very old as well. When they say to me,
It's a lifetime for sure, and indeed inspire the future generations into our country sports and our country lifestyles as well. Again, I'd like to stress we have so many competitions and so many giveaways running today. So again, just like our stream or phone in, again, these are the numbers. So that's 0774 614 3306. Or you can also reach us on 074. Supply, no further charges. Just phone in, leave your name and address, and you could be in with a chance to win some of our absolute top prizes today. One of the books that we're giving away is a signed copy of Emmett's McCourt cookbook. But it's not just a cookbook. Much like the game fairs, it is most of all beautiful, beautiful recipes for you all to try out at home.
And some of the other books we're giving away are the Tales of the Old Gamekeepers, and then a whole range of books, including literally hundreds and thousands of pounds worth of book, who visits exhibits at all of our fairs with a fantastic range of books. So if you want a country book, contact Paul Morgan at Angle Books, and certainly you will find that he has virtually everything and at very good prices.
And aside from the cookbooks and the game fair, fantastic prizes throughout the day. So make sure you enter the competition. And not to forget our main prize, which is that Swarovski binocular pair, regular retail price of £600 sterling, a barber coat, as well as a game fair hip flask. Again, everything you need for a fantastic day in the country.
Just flown down from Donegal, and he will be with us in a couple of minutes. Stephen has been involved in the game fair for several years, working behind the scenes with us on the organisation of it, but also doing his very famous poacher act with long netting, with Eddie Dash. He does a gamekeeper poacher thing. Again, entertaining but educational, going back over the old way. So with long nets, ferrets, lurchers and whippets, he does vermin control for rabbits. And he also obviously eats rabbits as well. He says to talk about hanging up the team for our new Southern Fair next year. And so he's very much an integral part of the Great Game Fairs of Ireland team and family. Now we've asked him to come in today to, he has more or less developed the Teckle as a hunting dog in Ireland. In terms of wire-haired dachshund type look on it, but if you like the working type of that, Stephen has written a couple of books. So
Yay!
we're going to talk. We're running a slightly late because of a slight technical hiccup. But if you just say something, what you're going to talk about in terms of your own interest, venue in the south of Ireland next year.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my name's Stephen. Thank you, Albert. Yeah, Albert introduced me. Stephen McGonigal. I'm a rabbit catcher. I'm involved in all country sports. I have been for a long time, but by and large, rabbits is what I do. I'm a professional rabbit catcher. I've been involved with ferrets and rabbiting and nets and all that kind of thing for the majority of my life. I got the first pair of ferrets from a local guy, a neighbour of ours at home called Desi Tosh, when I was about 7, and I've had them ever since. And a number of years ago, then I always worked in finance and accountancy and that type of thing. A number of years ago, I took up sort of the way everything worked out to be that I work at rabbits full time. I'm a professional rabbit catcher. As far as I'm aware, I'm the only one. I always say that cautiously. People sometimes don't like it. As far as I'm aware, I'm the only one in the country. All I do is rabbits. I don't do any other type of stuff. But that doesn't make me any better or any worse than anybody else. It just means that I'm crazy enough to do it for a job. So I keep a large number of ferrets. I have a few in here. I was actually thinking about ferreting this morning on the way up.
Yes, we'd like to see one of those, Steve.
Yeah, well, I have a couple in here. Ingrid, you might actually quite like these. So this is a young, shake a bit of that sawdust off. That's a young, believe it or not, he's also 18 weeks old.
All right. Or white, albino, well, even albino type.
The whites will,
but I've always fancied the polecat ones myself because they're more natural looking.
Yeah.
And for those of you who have never handled a ferret, they feel very soft and as if you could crush them when you handle them. But we've always had ferrets at the fair. Tony Carnduff used to bring
that's right.
ferrets.
Tony was one of the original.
And then more recently, we have obviously Stephen doing it. And then we do have ferret championships on the Sunday run by Graham Fife
If you want to measure for a micro ferret, it used to be that you put a meal into a pint glass. I would say he would fit in a half pint glass.
Well, just for those people who are watching who aren't into ferrets, just say exactly what the ferret does for you.
Well, for me, the ferret is the most natural and humane way to control rabbits. The ferret is natural. They're thousands of years old. I think
course, yeah.
the Egyptians used them, and they're Egyptian paintings. Certainly, ferrets.
They're one of the hunting companions, but also animal companions that have still been closest to their wild relatives.
Yeah,
the
that's
polecats.
true. Yeah. So they're a must-have. I mean, for me, I have about universities, oil refineries. Anywhere that a lot of places I go, you can't use firearms, and the reason I'm there is because ferrets fit in and they're quiet. They don't damage the environment.
They're bred for it and they enjoy it.
They
probably
enjoy
as
it,
well.
and it's very. Even my own vet said to me, it's a very natural process.
Yeah. They're hyper intelligent as well, so they know how to squeeze into holes,
Yeah,
push things out.
yeah.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes, you can feel how flexible they are.
They are very
in the
flexible,
hole,
yeah.
because I've always been worried, especially when I was taking one out of a hole, that I don't very often, but when I was taking one out of a hole, that I would crush it.
Yeah.
I would try to get away.
They're often
Speaking, they are quite a clean animal.
Yeah, they use the toilet in the same area of the room, but they'll naturally go the most furthest place away from their bed.
Yeah.
But I find them very clever. They're easy to keep. Very tough animal too. Very tough.
yeah.
But the biggest killer of them actually is pancreatic cancer. Is that right? Yeah, biggest killer of them is pancreatic cancer, and they're kind of there one day and gone the next. They're a bit like a goat. Right. They're either sick or healthy. That's what I found about them. But they're very natural. I've enjoyed it a long time with ferrets since I've been a child, and they've always sort of been there. Some people prefer polecats, some people prefer white ones, and then you get the cross, what some of the boys call the sandy ferrets. They work very well. I use them in all sorts of capacities. I've used them the last number of years along with Harris hawk. Well, falconry is a new thing to me, I suppose, but this guy's putting out the rabbits. And oh, absolutely, yeah. Her father looking out of the hole, and the Harris hawk looking down, watching the.
And the Harris hawk isn't tempted to lift it.
Never, no. At the start, he was a bit cagey. But he soon caught on.
And he's coming back, and we've also got we have a competition. Paul Pringle, my colleague, was a great friend of Brian Plummer, who wrote on country subjects, lurchers, ferreting, and rabbiting, retrievers. And in his very famous book, Cottage at the End of the World, up in Sutherland, he actually trained to dive to collect lobster pots. Oh, wow. And I had noticed it because, funny enough, my first golden used to dive after wounded ducks, and sometimes when I shot a duck and it dived, he would have been under for maybe 5 minutes, and I was really worried. And then he would pop up the head with the duck. But obviously, his granddaughter inherited that trait, and Bran had developed it. Bran was a brilliant trainer of animals. He trained circus animals as well. But Paul and he were very good friends, and Paul had a collection of his books, Person to Win. Now, when I put this up, someone asked the question, is there nothing for ferreters? So what we did was we took the ferret book out of the collection, which is a classic, and we also have a nice ferret paperweight.
Okay.
If you'd known you had extra ferrets, we could have
Yeah.
as well. But anyway, I think we'll move on now, Stephen, to show the Burr video. We had many happy years in Burr.
Absolutely.
Lord and Lady Ross were fantastic hosts. Unfortunately, changes to the use of the estate meant that what was a very difficult sites, we found one very, very good one rather like Shane's Castle, with all of the equine. And we've had to put that back to 25th and 26th. Fantastic. We had our COVID plans involved. But I think the right decision as we see COVID, because we've always run a very big family event. We look on everyone involved in the game fair as part of the family. And also the people who a very big, good, safe fair and event. But anyway, on to the Burr Fair and nostalgic look back.
Welcome to Field Sports Britain. This week coming from Ireland, the home of field sports. We're down in the beautiful grounds of Burghcastle Domain in County Offaly, and it's bigger and better than ever. We have falconry, shooting, fly casting, gun dogs, terriers, lurchers, all the things you expect to find at a real game fair. We've got the shooting, we've got the fishing and the falconry. You know we understand fox hunting. What makes us Irish great at field sports is our attachment to our horses, dogs, guns, rods and everything else we need in the field. We are traditionalists, but we are always interested in new thinking.
When people see horses like Mandy here behaving in a certain way, they take a huge interest in how and why and what's wrong with my horse.
Mandy, you're a horse. What do you think?
Oh, that's a good answer right there.
What kind of mare is she?
This is an American paint quarter horse, originally to run a quarter mile, and that's why they call them quarter horses.
The horse first came to Ireland 4,000 years ago, so they say. We've done all as well as those from further afield.
But falconry has always been a hunting tool. Even though we're on display here today in my private turkeys and ducks, so that's the main priority to us, is keep the falconry tradition going, keeping it alive and being careful and we don't abuse the system. Everything is under licensing and this is how we channel our business. This is different. This is display boards and show people how they fly. That's where we stand on the issue. And we hope to do a good job promoting it as a sport rather than with owls and the barn owls that are all saying, oh, such lovely, we'll get one for the child. It's an instant no-no. Do not get. There's no problem. We can send you in the right direction, but hate to send you off in the wrong direction. This magnificent species is Teddy, the Eurasian eagle owl, and then he's also 18 months old. He weighs 6.5 pounds, and he's a bit up. He'll bite it. There you go. There he is, Teddy live. I told you to do it, and he's going to go again.
This is Field Sports Britain News. The Very Reverend Hunter Farquharson tried to protect his large Toulouse geese at his home in Scotland from an attack by a fish eagle which had been introduced to the area. He says he blames the RSPB for releasing the large raptors without consulting local people.
I don't know who gives the RSPB the right to the 2-year consultative process, but we were never consulted in this area.
Rural people are fighting back against crime. A farmer's wife from Herefordshire is so tired of having her farm equipment stolen, she started a new website, itsbeennicked.co.uk. So far, the website's helped recover items such as 2 Dachshund puppies, a horse trailer that was listed on eBay, and an accordion. There's no stopping George Digweed this year after he claims yet another shooting title. 20 to win by 3 targets. The win caps off a marvellous season for the 19 times world champion. We're still searching for the biggest foxes in Britain. We pass the data onto the game of this week's Angling Times. And finally, the BBC's amusing countryside programme Countryfile decided to cover grouse shooting last weekend. However, they decided to accompany the piece with music from their horror and suspense music library. So here's a tribute to our national broadcaster. Stay with us, as up next is Roy Lupton with a right royal bird of prey and a pesky peregrine. But now you're up to date with Field Sports Britain News. Stalking the stories, fishing for facts.
Over the next few weeks, we're going to see the training and development of a collection of hawks, eagles and falcons. Roy now has a crowned eagle called Daisy, a Bonelli's eagle, a peregrine known as the Dude, a troubled young goss said to be untrainable by his previous owner, and, of course, Roy's new brood of gosses. But first, let's meet Daisy.
I've had her for just over a week now, And normally, with the training of a young bird, I start with weight reduction as soon as I get them. But with Daisy here, we've not been able to go straight into that process because obviously she was still growing her feathers and still had a little bit of body growth to do. So we've been just allowing her to develop and allowing her to grow and still feeding her a couple of times a day. So we've not been able to do any of the normal training or any of the further training. All we've been doing is manning, basically, which is getting the eagle used to everything that she's going to be around and seeing everything that she's going to be working with. So she's getting used to us, she's getting used to the dogs. Hey, sweets, oi, there, good girl, I know. So you can see she's still a little bit nervous at the moment. She's just looking at me then, not quite sure what was going on. But no, she's calming down quite well.
Roy is training her on behalf of a client, and after a couple of seasons hunting, she will probably end up in a breeding programme. So what's her natural quarry in Africa?
In the wild, they predate on a lot of primates. So monkeys make up a lot of their diet. So obviously when they catch one animal within the group, the other animals might come in and try and intimidate her or try and attack her. So what she does or what they do is lift their crest, raise their crown, which makes them look a lot more intimidating. So scaring the rest of the troop away so she doesn't get attacked while she's on one of the monkeys or one of the family members of the group.
She even looks pretty regal when she eats, almost griffin-like. Next up is the Bonellis, and a weigh-in before a bit of gentle training and exercise. It really is a step-by-step process, but the birds learn incredibly quickly.
So with the Bonellis, again, there's not very many of them being bred in the UK. There's a couple of guys that are breeding them now in captivity, but there's not, they're obviously nowhere near as common as some of the other birds that we use in falconry. So again, for a lot of us, it's a new experience training some of these birds and just realising what their capabilities are. And obviously in their native Spain and up through some parts of Africa, then they predate on a lot of birds. You can see he's got quite long toes, which for a lot of hawks points towards them being bird catchers, but over here we tend to fly them on a lot of ground quarry, so he'll fly on hares and maybe the occasional rabbit.
One bird that hasn't learned enough is this young female goss. She is a bit nervy, and Roy is trying to establish trust with a bird that has been returned to him. Apparently, she has a screw loose and is untrainable.
The guy phoned me up last week saying that the hawk was not doing what it should do, and that it was, his words were, it was untrainable, and he didn't like it and wasn't happy with it. So I said to him that if he wasn't 100% happy to bring it back, and he brought it back and sort of explained what had been going on with her. And he said he'd had two goshawk experts look at the bird, and they said that she was mad. It's like he said that she had a bit of a screw loose. She wasn't quite right. And I think really all that's happened with her is, some birds obviously require a very different training method. Well, I say a very different training method. Some birds require a little bit more understanding, and you've got to understand what the bird's doing, what the hawk's doing, what's going on in their heads, and then you've got to adjust your training program dependent on that bird. There's no one training process that works for there's no one, if you like, method that fits all birds. So with her, she just needed a little bit more time. And when you watched the way that the guy was working with her, his movements were very erratic, and he was very sharp with his movements. And I think she'd just become, absolutely petrified of the guy. So I've been working with her for a couple of days now. We've taken her weight up a little bit because she was very sharp. But she's coming on really, really well.
Before we head out into the field with Ian's goss for a bit of rabbiting, we're introduced to the dude. He is going to get some exercise this morning, but the weather is incredibly warm, so Roy doesn't expect a brilliant performance from his peregrine. Roy gets in a flap and tries without much luck to move on the local pigeon population so as not to distract his bird.
Get him up to a much better
Time
pitch.
to talk us through a very important bit of kit for any falconer, telemetry.
Okay, so we're just setting the telemetry up. We've just got a little Tiercel peregrine here that you probably saw on one of the episodes when he was a a chick running around on the kitchen table, so he's a full imprint, but you wouldn't believe it, he's got absolutely lovely manners. So I've done something right here. I don't know how I've quite done it. So before we put the telemetry on, we always just check and make sure that we've got a good solid signal coming off of the unit, so you can see the unit's working quite nicely there. We're getting a good signal, so it's working as should. There we go. And we'll whack that on him. Hey, son. Thank you. So just cable tie that on. You can tail mount them, or some people put backpack mounts on them, or even neck mount telemetry, but I always prefer to put anything on the legs. So you know you're safe, and then he's ready to go.
The dude is now ready to show us what he's made of. Oh, he's gone. And we get a real demonstration of telemetry in use.
He's not gone far. I think as he just started to mount, he was just starting to look for a little bit of lift over the trees there, and they're ploughing the fields just behind this bank of trees. So there was probably a few pigeons and stuff out there. He might have gone and played with some of those. So we're going to have a bit of an impromptu lesson, I think, in the use of telemetry.
Thankfully, we find him playing with some crows. He comes swooping in, but then takes a breather on top of a caravan. Finally, the dude comes to the lure. The heat really has affected his performance. After all that feeding and training, it's time for hunting. Ian has had about 9 kills with his bird already this season, but the woodland could prove taxing for a hawk that is used to longish flights across open ground. With the ferrets meandering from hole to hole, and after some patient waiting, the odd thump through the earth giving the game away, we get a couple of really exciting flights.
She got it? That was tricky, where it come underneath us, she had to more or less stop and then turn right back. So let's get back over there for another one, bolts.
Oh!
Yes! Oh! Has she missed it? No, she missed it.
Go on! There, oh. There it goes. Still going.
Still going.
Oh!
Exciting, but frustrating for Ian and his bird. Roy can't help smiling. There's a bit of competition between these two.
Don't. Seriously.
We got a very unhappy Ian. Obviously, it's really, really difficult in conditions like this because it's so enclosed. For a young hawk, I mean, she's only been flying for a couple of weeks, so twisting and turning through all of these scrubby bushes and what have you is putting her to the ultimate test. But yeah, Ian thought he was up for it, but you know, he's not quite making the mark yet.
Finally, the goshawk gets her talons on a rabbit, which she pursues all the way out onto the edge of the wood. Roy certainly has got his hands full this season, but when all these birds have had a dose of the Lupton magic, there should be some very exciting sport in the coming months. Now, before we go back across the water, let's go to Oxford, where they're giving away prizes worth £2,000 for their August events. If you had gone to the Oxford Gun Company in August 2011 for a pre-season sharpener, you could have entered competitions to win prizes worth thousands. The main event is the Browning Rabbit Mania, a combination of 4 rabbit traps that can lead to glory or insanity. You will see it at game fairs all over the country. Here is Commonwealth Games shooting gold medalist Stephen Walton to explain definitively how to shoot this.
The trick is to, when you set up for the target, obviously don't bring your gun too far back towards the trap because you'll be chasing it, and you don't obviously want to be too far away from the target because it's the further away, the harder it gets. You're nice in between, nice 50% in between, so you see the target, pick it up, shoot it fairly quick, because on the pairs, they are extremely fast targets, and you need to be on the first one as fast as you can, ready to set up for the second one.
The 4 finalists assemble. Each of them was top shot 1 week in August and has already won a case of cartridges. Who is going to win? With bouncing bunnies, anything can happen. We line them up and ask them to point. Each goes up to shoot from the Browning Rabbit Mania mobile trailer. Tom Boyer is first, and he sets the pace with 18x20. That's going to be tough to beat. Michael Blackwell starts strongly but ends up with just 14, 4 points from equalling the current top score. Phil Easman shoots straight when he shoots straight, but not consistently enough. He ends on 17. Then Paul Jordan has a go. We will find out later if he beats Tom Boyer's score. The other big prize today is the Novice Schools Challenge. 60 kids have pared down to just 14, and they are here today to compete for £500 worth of shooting kit. Here's one of the younger ones, Brodie Willard. What sort of size shotgun are you using?
I'm using a 20 gauge silver Pigeon Beretta.
Lovely, and you got quite an impressive lot of stuff on your back as well.
Yeah.
Is that your vest? Is it?
Yeah.
Terrific. Can you just turn around a sec? There we go. Right. There's a load of badges. Okay, turn back again. Terrific. So you reckon, are you in with the chance today?
Yeah, I'm in with a good chance.
Brilliant. Good luck.
Thank you.
One of the Novice Schools Challenge contenders has come all the way from France for the day. It's Amaury de la Doucette's 16th birthday today. Many of the competitors have turned up with their dads. What's it like being anxious and on the touchline?
Just you want to get in there and do the best for them and tell them where they're going wrong and teach them all my bad habits.
The competitors have to shoot 30 targets. Scores are mainly in the 20s. Back at the barn, it's the prize giving. First, Stephen Walton tells the audience how he got started in shooting. And now the great reveal. Winner of the Novice Schools Challenge is William Ford. And the Browning Rabbit Mania prize of a B525 shotgun worth £1,500. Paul Jordan scored 15. It goes to Tom Boyer.
Not hoping to win. Definitely hoping to win.
Stiff competition.
Yeah, stiff competition. Anyone could have won it. But that's it. It really is Browning Rabbit Mania. And anyone could win it. So yeah, no, I'm glad I did in the end. I was hoping to, but yeah, no, really happy, really happy.
And Will, we interviewed you last when you got your first right and left on the game day schools challenge last year, didn't we?
Yes, you did.
So another triumph.
Yeah, it's really good. I'm glad. It's one of my first competitions I've won overall, which is really good. And it's just thanks you to all the sponsors and all the support, really.
David Florent of the Oxford Gun Company organises the Novice Schools Challenge today. Indeed, the whole year-long Schools Challenge programme. What is he trying to achieve?
Browning and Stratstone came up with the idea, really, because there's a lot of novices that try to enter into the Schools Challenge, which have only just started, and they're competing against people that have been shooting for years. So they basically wanted to bring something in that brought new youngsters into the sport that never shot before or shot a little before, so they could have their own competition to compete for a prize, but was within their capabilities of winning.
Now, this is obviously a major plus for shooting generally, but it wouldn't be bad for any sport to boast. How does this sit in the wider context of other sports?
Well, that's funny you must say that, actually. I watched the business news, and they were talking about sport, trying to promote all sorts of different sports because we've got the Olympics next year. And it had at the end of the film, if you've got a sport or an event that you think is good for us to cover, give us a ring or an email and we will try and come out and cover it. They phoned me up this morning and said they weren't really interested in shooting. They've got enough of the other sports to do. Shooting isn't really a big enough sport for them to put on there.
Now, if you have any thoughts about how the BBC covers shooting sports, why not get in touch with us? You can leave us a comment on Facebook or Twitter or YouTube or Pigeon Watch or Yes We Hunt, any of the places where we show our programme, or email me, charlie@fieldsportschannel.tv. Should be appearing on the screen now. We are the BBC's nemesis. We'll gather them all up and we'll send them in and get a response for you. Now it's back across the Irish Sea to Burp.
Now you might think that people are here, the shooters are here for the prizes, but believe me, Seamus Lennon, who runs the shooting line here at Burr Game Fair, tells me not at all. They're here for the crack.
We have two competitions here today in the sporting layout. One is for what we call the championship line. It's for a Beretta Goldie worth €3,000. And second prize we have a clay pigeon trap worth €800. And third prize we have a range finder worth about €500.
Tell me about shooting in the area, in the Shannon region.
Well, it's the Midlands, of course, is famous. We have the Little Brosnan River here, which just goes not too far from where we're standing now, and it's got a sanctuary about 5 miles from here where thousands of widgeon and teal come every year to winter. Plus, we rent the shooting rights of the estate here in Burr, and we have a private shoot on that estate. We release about 4,000 pheasants and about 800 duck every year.
None of this world of field sports in Ireland could exist without the work of local gun clubs and hunts, and the body that brings them all together, the National Association of Regional Game Councils.
We are primarily a game bird shooting organisation, but we've now expanded our remit to include all field sports and to support all field sports, but particularly all of the shooting disciplines that are available.
Burghcastle is in the Shannon region, the heart of the Irish Midlands. You couldn't be closer to the best of Irish sport.
Local gun clubs and everything offer services and would act as gillies and scouts and things like that. So they're very, if a visitor wanted to make contact with some of the local clubs, they are generally very accommodating. And a lot of the B&Bs too would have gillies on hand, particularly for fishermen, and would know of the good spots.
The Irish love of sport goes back to a time when great elk roamed our country. Actually, now that's a moose. Even I am part of history, trying to apprehend this notorious poacher. I've been after him since the Ballywalter and Shane's Castle game fairs earlier this year. At the end of your day in the field, the idea is to bring home the bacon, or the chutney, or the chocolate. Ireland showcases the very best of its food at Burghcastle.
Good water and good rivers in Ireland, plenty of water falling from the heavens, and it's soft water, so that is actually perfect in technical terms, in terms of making good quality whiskey. So the fact that we've abundance of rivers, good water, plenty of fishing and so on, works well with whiskey distillation.
It's quite a natural fit. Do you ever waste a dram by pouring it into the river for the good of the salmon?
We try never to do that. No. They do that in Scotland, yes, we don't do that in Ireland. No. So to our viewers worldwide, Sláinte from Ireland, from Cooley and from Kilbeggan. Thank you. Très bon.
Guns, horses, hawks and fish. Let's complete the Irish sporting repertoire with dogs.
I'm looking for a weakness, maybe a dog to yelp a bit or pull a bit, and then I'll know maybe if he was going out hunting tonight, he couldn't do the job 100%. So generally, that's the way I operate when I'm judging a dog, and if there's no yelp, nobody tweaks a muscle, the dog that going out that night will do a job perfect.
Oh, 100%, over the moon. Never thought I was going to get it.
What do you use him for?
Just rabbits and stuff. So I'm doing a bit of racing at the shows, you know.
You're showing promise on rabbits?
Yeah, 100%.
We're a tired but happy crowd starting to head home. More than 30,000 people have been to Burr in the last 2 days. The Great Game Fairs of Ireland organised the event.
We delivered the third Great Game Fair this year. 3 record-breaking performances. First of all at Ballywalter, followed by Shane's Castle, and another record here. But we've got to look forward. Philip, this is something that we agreed when we started. You joined the team 5 years ago. We've got to keep looking forward and keep making them bigger and better every year. Now, I think you've helped us greatly this year to deliver 3 good ones and 3 even better ones next year.
Well, that's the target. Well, we're back next week, and if you're watching this on YouTube, you have to I don't know, you're meant to push some button, I think.
Hit the subscribe button.
Hit the subscribe button.
Or go to the website.
Or go to the website.
What's it called?
The www.
It's not Great Game Fairs of Ireland, it's
Field Sports Channel.tv.
TV, yes, and put your name in the constant.
Put your name in the little box.
That's right, or click to like us on.
Or click to like us on Facebook.
Or follow us on
Twitter.
And you'll get our programme
sent to you every week.
That's fantastic.
Channel, our colleagues at Field Sports Channel, who give us excellent support. They're a massive organisation now with 300,000 YouTube subscribers. Charlie Jacoby, who you saw on there, was across a couple of weeks ago, and you can see a very good programme he did on the anti-hunting bill coming up in Northern Ireland. Charlie loves his time in Ireland, and certainly he's always willing to promote the Irish Game Fairs and sport in Ireland. My colleague, the late Philip Lawton there, you can see was quite a character. He joined up with his other character on many main arena displays. We miss Philip. Philip had his own very, very Irish approach to doing things. And he basically headed up, he was the face of the Burr Fair in terms of PR, in terms of presentation. It makes it so much easier for me when I have someone else to do the presentation where I can concentrate on the ground. And certainly Philip stepped up to that mark very, very well. Obviously, Stephen is not quite a different personality, but Stephen will be certainly heading up the new fair. And I would just like him to say something briefly about it, because we're keeping it under wraps because we haven't signed the contract for the venue. But we've been down, looked at the venue, superb hosts. And Stephen, just tell me how much you're looking forward to heading the team up.
Yeah, well, I am really looking forward to it. I suppose I've been involved in the Game Fair for a long, long time. And I think we're both, well, everybody, but you and I are looking forward to another event in the Republic. Burr was, I think we'll agree, a magnificent place and a great event and great memories from a great event. And what was always good, I think you and I discussed it before, was that it was so well supported locally. Everybody in the town sort of came together for the weekend, and it was nice to see it. But yeah, I think we do need an event in the south, to go hand in hand with the Irish Game Fair at Shane's Castle. So yeah, I'm massively looking forward to it. A big challenge, but one I think we're ready for.
And it won't be too far from Burr, so it will be hosted in the Midlands.
In the Midlands, yeah.
And so hopefully many of the Game Fair family from Burr can simply move across.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not going to be a stone throw from there. So we'll know probably, we can talk about it more in about 6 weeks when things are finalised, and we can look forward to it then, yeah.
So we've been in fairly detailed discussions, and say Steve and I have both been down, looked at the thing, filmed it, photographed it, and we've actually even where the various things will go.
Yeah.
Because that is the one thing that has been made the Great Game Fairs of Ireland so successful over the years, is planning. We look at the problems, and while other fairs have come and gone and other organisers have come and gone, we have sustained the Great Game Fairs of Ireland because, as we said in the video, we look forward and then we plan for that forward plan. And so, Stephen has been an integral part of the team now for some years, and I'm looking forward to seeing him stepping up because it's a great relief. And I enjoy the fairs, don't get me wrong, I've been doing it for so long, but it's nice that you can have someone to lean on or even someone to support, and I would be hoping to support Stephen. But anyway, Stephen, we'll come back to Stephen on that, but now a chap came some years ago as an exhibitor at the Game Fair with drones. And we thought, well, it's not really cognate to what we do at the fair. We normally have crafts, we have fine food, we have taxidermists, we have guns, tackle. But he explained to me how he saw the drones developing over the years in terms of they could be used in shoots. Because if you think about it, when you go into a wooded area in a shoot, you can't see anything. And most people have not seen, estate owners have not seen their estate. They might have seen a map or an aerial photograph, but they haven't seen it in the way that a drone can show. And so he came to the fair. He had a few contracts out of the fair. It gave him enough confidence to start his own business, and he's been very successful since. And Robin Dobbin has actually produced this little drone video. And more importantly, well, not more importantly for him, but more importantly for us, he's put up a training day as a prize, and he's doing that one each day. So without further ado, we'll show you some of the things that Robin, what did I say, Robin? Robert Dobbin can do, and also what you could do with a drone. So without further ado, we'll play the video.
from the Drone Pilot Training Academy from Robert. And as Albert mentioned earlier, we have the opportunity to win a days of drone training with Robert from Drone Academy. So make sure, guys, that you enter our competitions by liking our stream on Facebook. You will go into the draw, obviously, for the top prize as well. You can phone in with your details on 077 4614 3306 or on the number 0744 3523 756. Leave your name and address details and you'll go into the draw to win the Drone Academy day training and to give you a way of learning how to get a bird's eye view of either your own grounds or an area of interest by the professionals, following all the rules and regulations in play that obviously come with drone flying. And then we're pretty much into the field sport channels with George Digweed, which will shoot long-range clays and also a long-range catapult shooting video.
George, as you probably had seen earlier in one of the earlier field sport channel videos, is a multi-champion clay pigeon shooter. I think one of the most successful ever from the UK. Now, most people would be shooting clay pigeons at around 60, maybe up to 70 yards would be very good. But, you know, the range of a shotgun is reckoned to be a maximum about 60. And if you're shooting game, it's sort of 40 to 60. But George here extends the range continuously by shooting clays further and further away. And I'll not spoil the surprise, but you see how far he actually does break one. Now then, you don't think about a catapult as having a long range, and you then have a guy coming on who shoots a catapult at extreme range and very accurately. So back to Field Sports Channel with the long range clay and the long range catapult shooting.
Welcome to Field Tester, the channel where we look deeper so you choose smarter. Coming up in this month's show. World records and world champions.
People said, oh, we paid the crowd, all this sort of stuff. It's like you can tell.
Well, you did, didn't you?
The expense of creating an eco clay.
8 years and lots of lolly.
We have a steel versus barrels update, a life hack for chokes, and I-ray thermals. What's not to like? Now, we think there are a lot of very talented field sports folk out there who aren't recognised for their skills. So who's to say we can't create our own set of world records and challenge you to beat them? Let's start with setting a distance record for shooting an eco clay with a steel eco shell. What's the plan then, young man? What are we going to try and play with today?
We're going to try and shoot a clay pigeon with steel shot as far as we can. Right. And see how far we can hit it.
Simple as that?
Yeah, simple as that. So we'll, hopefully I don't make a fool of myself.
Oh, come. Now, you've actually been using these shells in competitions as well in a sort of sneaky sort of way. So yeah. You're quite taken by them.
I don't see much difference in them, to be honest. Obviously, there's a little bit of an issue with choke. You shouldn't shoot anything more than half choke, but yeah, I can't see a problem with them, to be honest.
How did you do in your competition, out of interest?
Well, I didn't do very well, but I won it. So, yeah, I shot a very poor 89, and I thought I'd be out the prize money, and I was joint eye gun with Steve Williams. Very nice.
And that was with the Ely?
But that was with the Fiocchi steel.
Okay.
So, but I will have a go with the Ely ones and see how they perform. Pull. Right, that is behind.
Do you feel you've got to adapt your style at all?
No, there's no difference.
Okay.
At the end of the day, cartridges vary in speed, and people that have shot a lot will know that they've tried various different brands, and you can't tell a difference other than what's felt on the shoulder.
You really feel that's so? Everyone talks about these different speeds and things, but it's actually what's delivered through the butt of the gun as opposed to the barrel.
Definitely, our eyes aren't work quick enough to actually see a difference, I don't think.
Okay, that's interesting. So go on then, just give us an idea. What do you reckon we're going to get to?
I would like to think we'll definitely get to 100, possibly more.
Okay. Cool.
But we shall see. Been a little bit coy on that, aren't I? So.
Yes. For a man who isn't coy, you're being quite coy.
Correct.
What are we 100 here, are we?
Yes. So we'll try it straight away to 100 and see if we can get lucky.
Okay. Pull. Pull.
I think I know where I am.
Pull. Pull.
Well, there we go, at 100.
In a wind.
In a wind. Consistency might not be as simple.
Pull.
And again. Is it 96? That's metres.
That's metres.
Yeah. So then you've got 15 yards up. I'm sure if you did the mathematical equation, it's over 100.
But you're not surprised. You don't look surprised at this. You've had a go at this.
I've done a fair bit of messing about, David, yeah.
You're not coming cold.
Go back a bit, hang on a sec.
It'll be interesting to see how far we can actually go back with them, because I've been confident to go a lot further with lead, but looking at that, I think there's quite a few yards left in it. But we shall see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Right, that's 15 more of my paces. I'm quite tall, so they're more than yards. So we've gone 15 paces further back, and we'll range find it after I've hit it.
Pull. Pull.
I'm surprised that didn't break, that one.
Pull.
I'm stopping now.
Pull.
That went a long way, that did.
Yeah.
I might have to shoot that a little bit quicker. I'll need some more bullets.
Pull.
Right, that is behind.
Pull. Pull.
Shall we go a little bit closer?
Pull. Pull.
I'm going to try a different technique to shoot that now.
Pull. Pull.
Slow down.
Pull. Pull.
Oh, that hit that hard. I had to break my brain then. I was miles behind it.
Well done, that smashed it. Pull.
And again.
And again. How do that, mate? Pull.
And again. Consistently hit 3 on the trot at, we don't know how far that
We have
is
to
yet.
range find where we are now. But what the mental process of that then? You seem to have gone through an awful lot of mental angst.
Well, I was pushing my hand and trusting the lead, and you get a feel for where your gun is. And it's almost like the shot time that you get used to. But the delay on that is quite a lot. I mean, that is, we haven't gone much further really, and it seems like the delay has gone up by a couple of seconds, which is incredible. So I think we can
need to
try
mark here and then go back, don't we?
Yeah, so we'll mark here, go back, and the lead on that is just going to be outrageous. So we'll give it a go.
Okay, brilliant.
Thank you. I mean, it's good that we've hit it 3 times on the trot because it's showing what the cartridges are performing at a consistent level as well.
Yeah. You're going to need to lie down after this.
I know. Pull. 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 That was close. Pull. Beautiful.
Yes.
That is a lot of lead.
Go on. Can you even describe it?
What it felt like, you can't see. If you try to repeat that visually, you've got no chance. I would say that when the clay got to those trees, I probably shot the other side of the pylon. So if you were looking at that out where the clay line is, it looks to me about 30 yards lead. Shall we go back further?
Well, yeah. Do we need to? Well, I think we just need to just recap where we are. So I need to. Where are we now, then, Jonathan?
We're at 120 yards.
120 yards here. Okay. Well, to be honest, the fact that we split the difference doesn't matter. We've hit 120 yards.
I think it's more than that. We'll get the rangefinder. Where's our...
107 metres.
Go on then, do your... that's not quite 120, but it will be by the time you've gone up.
107 metres is 117 yards.
Yeah.
What?
Shall we go back further?
Yeah. Let's have another 5 yards on that.
Okay. Pull. I'm behind that, you know. Pull. Beautiful.
You only chipped it.
Front edge. It was a headshot. Pull. One more. Pull. That'll do me. I've had enough.
Well, I think you deserve... I don't know what you deserve.
No, I don't. A paper hat?
But that was well done. That was really impressive.
32 gram 5 as well. You know, we shoot at things a lot further, well, with bigger stuff. Is there any need?
So 32 gram 5s.
And that hit that, something that's 100 mil in diameter, and it...
In a windy day.
On a windy day, you're making it sound better.
I know. Your hair's fluffing, so I want to add that in.
Yeah, and for how hard that hit it, I'm amazed how hard that hit that for a 32 gram 5. Incredible.
But we've got about 4 or 5 at this point, which is...
What
distance for this?
125.
Yards or metres?
Yards. And then that's flat, so you can add a bit to just to make it sound a little bit better.
Okay.
I'm sure we could work it out if we got the height of it.
But yeah. Are you surprised, or you were pretty confident we were going to get there?
I know that I could hit stuff at that distance, but with steel, I was a little bit doubtful, but there's no need to be.
So clays, shells,
clays,
bloke behind the gun.
Yeah, of course.
Good.
Yeah.
Glasses, all good.
Yeah, and a stock by Manuel Ricardo. Get that in. Paul. Beautiful.
How the hell did you shoot it? What was the technique you sort of felt was working?
Staring hard at the clay and moving my hand an enormous amount in front.
Okay, and we're shooting what, 30 feet you said?
No, how many? That'll be 100 feet, which sounds ridiculous. Well, it is ridiculous, but yeah, incredible. Absolutely incredible. But when I started to be more aware of the gun, that's when I started to miss. But if you can keep your eyes on that clay at that distance, you'll hit it consistently.
So that computer upstairs then was doing the calculations for you, was it?
Definitely, 100%.
And eye coordination.
That's what the sport is.
Well done, Nick, especially in that wind. And just to confirm, it was an Ely Eco Wad 32 gram 5 and 125 yards-ish. Now, incredibly, it's just shy of 10 years since I filmed George Digweed at Bisley Live, shooting a clay at 130 yards using standard game bore shells. It got a lot of tongues wagging and sort of set a benchmark and was, I suppose, our first world record. Anyway, I've been to chat with George about that very special event.
So, each stand...
Had you always planned that you were going to try and do a long shot? Because this is one of your party pieces. You do the shooting from the hip, you do the balloons.
Yeah, look, it was on certain days you run with it, and that was one of the days with a big crowd there. You run with it. I'm actually disappointed that I didn't keep going because it was the perfect conditions on the perfect day. So it was a warm day. The shot will fly further and more consistently. There was no wind, which obviously aids that as well. Timing was absolutely perfect. You had good clarity on the targets. And the thing is that you get so few opportunities to do that. And I thought, having got back to 130, I felt I could probably, on that particular day, gone another 5 or 10 and still broken it, because I knew exactly where the target was and felt there was an opportunity there. But I wanted to keep something in the tank for another day, which has never happened before, or again since.
You true performer.
I should have gone on, but hey, look.
I looked at the comments this morning. It's more abuse for the cameraman not focusing on the clay as opposed to your shooting. Everyone is saying what exceptional shooting it is. But I mean, previously people have said, oh, we paid the crowd. It was a rent a crowd, all this sort of stuff. It's like you can tell
well, you
by
did,
the reaction.
Didn't you? Look, everybody that is there knows exactly what happened. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's all that needs to be done. I mean, look, there's been world record attempts done, and they've done something in America and everything else. This was done on the spur of the moment, and at any stage, the worst was 3 shots before I broke it.
Coming. That was the point I wanted to make. Yeah.
And you know, you can stand there all day long shooting at a target 150 yards away with 3s, and eventually you're going to break one. This was done in front of an audience, walking back live. So it wasn't a case of it was pre-recorded or it's been edited out or anything like that. What you saw is what you got.
No, it's true. I wanted to pick up on the fact that how many times you actually missed that target, and it was just three or four times in the whole thing. I mean, it wasn't you just standing there going, "Oh, give it another go." The crowd would have got quite bored very quickly. You know how to work the crowd.
Absolutely, and the other thing is, which is why I stopped when I did, is you want to finish. You know, it's like quite often we've had these, you know, and I've seen it this year as well. Is you have, you know, a fantastic shoot, as in clay shoot, and then they have a final at the end of it, and the final is so ridiculous. The winner shoots 16 or 17 out of 25. And everybody goes, well, what's all that about? You know, he's missed 10. I could have done that. Whereas if you're breaking it all the time, it puts just a different aspect on it.
Oh! That just gives you the idea of how far a shotgun will kill.
Many have tried to beat and emulate George's efforts 10 years ago, and in fact the Gould brothers shot a clay at 180 yards only recently, but using a turkey load. Now, from clays to the kit of the moment, thermal, and here's Ryan Charlton.
This little guy right here, this is the iRay Finder. It's the FH25R. This is a deer stalker's best mate. It's the same size as a regular laser rangefinder. It fits nicely in the palm of your hand, and you've got familiar controls with it. Beneath the surface, it's a 640 12 micron thermal spotter with a 25mm front lens. It gives a massive field of view. You've also got a built-in laser rangefinder that's accurate out to 1,000 meters. So not only can you spot quarry, which for things like Chinese water deer in the big fields is excellent, you can also get a range on them so you know how far the quarry is and how far you've got to stalk in so you can get to them. This will record, it has the most internal memory of all the iRay products. It's got 16 gigs built in, and it's got 8-hour battery life from the built-in battery. Like all of the iRay products, it's just a regular USB, so you can run it from a power bank, or you can recharge it in the truck between farms. It's so small, it'll fit in your top pocket, nice and easy to carry. And there's 2 versions of the Finder series. Again, we have a 640 version, which is the FH25R, and then we have the FL25, which is the 384 version. So we've got something for each budget and each performance requirement. Price point on these for the top of the range FH25R, this is retailing at £2,534. For the 384 version, it's coming in at £2,280. Most people, particularly if you're varminting, will take away a laser rangefinder with them. Every deer stalker has their binos. Something like this just clips onto your bino pouch, and it gives you that extra edge, sort of right on first light and last light. Also, in the middle of the day, in the woods, seeing things move. Deer move so quietly, this gives you the edge over them.
Back to clay shooting and Austin Shooting Ground, where we're doing our steel versus barrels challenge, where we're putting 10,000 EcoWad Ely shells down the barrels of a reasonably priced Yildiz shotgun. Will it survive?
We've had about 2,000 shots through it now. Obviously, the lockdown didn't really help us. We managed to get a few.
Timing, wasn't it?
It was amazing timing. It was fantastic. Couldn't have been better. Thanks, Boris. But yeah, since we've been open, we've had probably about another 1,500 shots through the gun. So she's about ready to go off and have its next inspection at the gunsmiths. But it's been really well received.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And everything seems to be standing up so far. No major problems.
No problems at all. No, the gun's performing well. The cartridges are absolutely fantastic. They're smashing the clays, and that's what we want to see. Yeah, we've had no problems at all with the gun.
But it's really not the action that we're too concerned with. It's the barrels because of the steel. So a good, careful, visual external inspection is very good, and you also feeling the barrels with your hands.
People sort of understanding the concept, they're getting it, they think it's important to do this sort of thing?
The world's changing, and obviously steel and lead debate is very topical at the moment. I think everybody's come to the realisation that we can't stand still as an industry. We've got to move forward. Steel's coming, probably for all disciplines. So now's the time to showcase and to highlight what steel's capable of. At the end of the day, our European and our US friends have been shooting steel for years with no problems. People have been pleasantly surprised. So they came with obviously some reservations. So they've shot the gun a few times. Yeah, they've gone away happy, safe in the knowledge that steel's probably going to do the job.
Quality, top quality then. No recoil, no nothing.
And people have enjoyed it? You think people have got stuck into this?
Yeah, they've actually used this as an opportunity to actually come to Austin, to have a look around the ground, to shoot the steel shot. For us as a ground, it's been fantastic.
So, an update on the update. The steel versus barrels challenge is completed. 10,000 shells have gone through that Yildiz, and next time we'll bring you the full report from the gunsmith. Good, bad, ugly. Right, more records. Wayne Martin from Caddyshack has shown that he's pretty accurate with a catapult. So we asked him to set a record.
All right.
Right. We're going to have some fun.
I'm going to try.
Mr. Martin.
Yeah. 100 yards. Is it 100 yards or 100 metres we're doing?
What do you reckon?
What did we do just a minute ago?
100 metres. That's
100
100
okay, 100 metres then. 100 metres. Let's try 100 metres.
You're 105 metres.
105. Let's go forward a bit then, shall we? That 5 metres make all the difference.
What are you doing, Pilbeam?
I've got my mouthful.
Are you spotting, are you?
I'm now spotting for Wayne. I'm 105 metres away from target.
Is Wayne though, or are you 105 metres from the target?
I'm actually 105, so Wayne's 104. Yeah?
Yeah.
You all right?
Yeah.
I've had my rangefinder out.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Oh. Oh.
Where was that?
To the right of the left disc. A foot to the right of the left disc. Elevation wasn't far out at all.
That's not bad.
Oh!
Was that it?
Can you...
Did I hit it?
I thought I hit it.
I hit something.
Just, can you replay that? Looks like it hit... I sure hit it. I heard the noise, but I saw the sand move next to that right-hand clay.
I reckon I could have hit it.
Looked intact to me.
We definitely would have broken it with it.
Oh yeah, 100% would break it. Oh! Oh no, I thought that was it there.
No, so did I. You can see the ball bearing there. You see them here.
Yeah.
It kind of it hit that round that area there. So.
Bloody hell.
You know, we've got an open view towards that target. How much sort of movement are you seeing of the ball bearing?
You can see, as it's in flight, you can see it wavering side to side. So I'm guessing that's like a contribution of the spin on the ball with the wind hitting it. It's kind of wavering. At some points, I've been sort of 4 foot to the right of the target and still landing it to the left. So the wind being up and down all over the place, it's making it hard work. It's not easy anyway. Do you know what I mean? It's never going to be easy. There's always going to be an element of luck involved. But it's certainly making hard work of it.
But you are, I mean, consistently, you know, it's like there's so many oohs and ahs. I mean, just the fact that you can repeat the shot.
We're consistently in that sort of metre square. But yeah, I mean, you're trying to hit something, what are they, 90 mil, a 90 mil disc at 100 metres, 104 metres. It's a big ask. There's going to be an element of luck involved. You know, we've got no optic sights, we've got nothing. We've literally just got a bit of feel and a bit of luck. I mean, I'm probably aiming, probably roughly the height of those trees. So whatever the height of those trees are, what would you say they are? 40 foot?
Yeah.
It's probably giving it 40 foot above. So at that point, you can't even see what you're aiming at, really. You know, you're sort of starting on the target and raising your arm above it and relying on feel.
Oh! Yeah. Hey! Bloody hell!
6 foot, 7 foot to the right. Drop the mic, walk away.
The cat. What can you do? Oh, Tim's in. Are you the new Norris McWhirter?
I am definitely, yes. I'm verifying this. Yeah. 113 yards. That's 102 metres, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
We need it. What is it in metres? Can you convert it to metres?
I could do, but I've got no idea on this one. So I've got 112 yards. So you're just over 100 metres then.
Is it just over 100 metres?
Yeah.
Ding dong.
Ding dong.
Welcome.
So, thank you very much again to Field Sports Britain and Charlie Jacoby. That was a quick look at, I suppose, steel shot, Albert.
Yes, you know, obviously a lot of people, traditionalists like ourselves, are slightly worried about moving over to steel shot, what it can do. I've shot it a couple of times, obviously over wetlands, which you're supposed to now. I found it hard hitting, but I also found it hard hitting on my face because I had a slightly broken tooth and certainly broke the rest of it. I did shoot very well with it, possibly because someone was behind me watching, and I tend to shoot better if someone's watching, you know, and I'm concentrating more rather than looking around at all the beauty in the sky. The big problem is there's a concern about it with guns, and obviously for certain guns it's not going to work. The other aspect of that was on there, which was showing the environmental friendliness of the shooting community, is eco clays.
Yeah.
So and there's eco cartridges. So we're moving in that in terms of biodegradable plastic. So we're moving in that direction, but I still think there's work to be done to keep the shooters happy on it. Yourself, Stephen?
Yeah, I mean, I have no great experience of steel. I've shot it a couple of times, but I was like you. I found it is certainly hard hitting, but in both ways. I don't know. I mean, any guns I have are certainly not proofed for it. They're too old, so I mean, it'll be a matter of changing guns, I suppose. But I mean, it's a big discussion at the minute, and then it's an added expense as well for anything outside steel, bismuth, copper. I mean, things like that. I've shot copper, yeah, in Europe, and the price is phenomenal compared to lead. You know.
And the big one is obviously 2.2, the biggest caliber of rifle in the world. And I understand that alternatives are not good in 2.2s. And bearing in mind 2.2s, in some ways the most accurate rifle you can shoot because there's no kick or anything else off them. And certainly I would shoot a lot of 2.2, and I would be quite upset if I couldn't be effective with the substitutes, you know.
Yeah, and then I suppose air rifles is going to be a massive thing as well because they're lead. They're all lead. So I don't know what's going to. I mean, you couldn't imagine anything else been shot from an air rifle other than a lead pellet. But I suppose it's in the air. We'll have to see how it moves forward. But it is one of them things.
But reassuring in terms of the distances he was hitting the clays at, and of course Digweed is a phenomenon.
Absolute
phenomenon. You know, he's a phenomenon. There's no two ways about it. Great relaxed style. No push. No stress, and just hitting the things very, very naturally.
Yeah.
Great shot. And the catapult was interesting. You were telling me this story about someone shooting an orange.
He might be watching, he might not be watching later, but it was Brian Crothers who was crazy enough to stand and let somebody shoot an orange off the top of his head a few years ago. I do remember it well. Yeah, there you go.
Everything went all right.
Everything went all right. He still is, yeah.
Oh, do we have a winner for the drone training?
Yes, so we had a couple of people that phoned up. Some might have not been able to go through because the numbers were engaged. There were quite a number of people phoning up. But we do have a lucky winner for the drone pilot training from the Academy. And the winner we have got is Tom Heaney. So congratulations, Tom Heaney. We will be in touch. We've got all your details with us. And we will be in touch about your day's drone training with the Drone Academy. And on to the next thing. We can't constantly be doing giveaways, so we're going to do a little competition as well. You're going to have to put a bit more effort into this one. Not that much, really. But the best thing to have as a faithful companion, as any game shooter, would be obviously a canine companion. And the way to keep them in the best condition possible is with the right amount of feed, and the right feed to begin with. And we have some fabulous prizes here from Red Mills Dog Food that we are going to be not quite giving away. We have, as I said, a competition. So for all of our listeners, pay good attention. If you want to win this prize, you will have to name one of the brands that is stocked at the Red Mills shop. So one of the brands stocked at the Red Mills shop. And if you've been there, the shop is absolutely incredible. So again, you can phone in with your answer and your details. The number to call is 0774 614 3306, or if that one is engaged, you can try 0744 3523 756. Give us your answer, your name, and your contact details, and we will announce a winner for the Red Mills prize later on. We also have books to give away. We've got Tales from the Old Gamekeeper books, and another prize that we have, which most people will probably recognize. It's one of the famous fine oil artists of the Great Game Fairs of Ireland, John Moore. He has kindly offered up a limited edition woodcock print. So again, these are all fabulous prizes that you can win. Once you've entered, you're automatically entered into the big prize draw at the end as well, which is the Swarovski binoculars at the regular retail price of £600 sterling. Also a barber coat and, of course, the Game Fair hip flask. Everything you need to set you up for a great day in the country. I suppose, yes, we might as well just go on to the Red Mills video then. Enjoy. So again, as I said, our competition for the bag of Red Mills dog food, you'll need to do a bit more work than just a giveaway. Name us just one of the brands that is stocked at the Red Mills shop. And if you haven't already, please go and visit that shop. It is fabulous. So phone in your answer with the phone numbers we have here. It's 077 461 43306. Or if that one is engaged, which is likely, try 0744 3523 756. Give us your answer, your name and your contact details, and the winner will be announced shortly.
Thank you very much, Ingrid. And thank you very much to Jenny Crozier and the Connolly family from Red Mills for all the sponsorship that they do for all country sports throughout the year, and particularly at the Great Game Fairs of Ireland. Now we're going on to look at a Whip and Collar Club video. Bit of a story on this, and that the guy taking the video was very unwell after it and wasn't able to edit it. So we had another chap, Jim Masson from Down News, come in and edit it. So apologies if there's any, it's not as perhaps the normal quality that we'd have of the videos we make. You'll see some tomorrow that we have made especially for this, but it gives a good flavour of the day. We have been working with the Whip and Collar Club and the Donkey Breed Society. My brother Philip is the equestrian director of the fair, and he has facilitated this. But Red Mills have also helped here by sponsoring various things. And again, for this, there's going to be another competition. So watch the thing carefully. We're going to ask what type of horses were involved in pulling a particular carriage. And you can win, the first person or the first few people who phone in have a chance to win a barber scarf, again supplied by Stephen Smith from Smith's Country Sports in Coleraine, and 3 bags of horse feed. The one person will get all of those prizes, the scarf and the 3 bags of Red Mills horse food. So without further ado, we'll start the Whip and Collar video.
Hello, my name is Philip Tedrington. I'm the equestrian director of the Irish Game Fairs, and we're here today to support the Whip and Collar Club with their show at the Meadows in Lurgan. I'm also a member of the Whip and Collar Club, which I am very, very happy to promote as well. The Whip and Collar Club have a very good association with the Irish Game Fair, and we had planned to do a show at the fair this year, but unfortunately the fair had to be cancelled. So here we are today in the Meadows having a very, very well supported show and hopefully we shall have a good day out. Everybody will be safe and the weather will be very kind to us. Later on, you'll have the opportunity to hear from the secretary of the club and also a representative from the Donkey Breeds NI, who are also here today in association with the Whip and Collar Club.
Hi, so yeah, I'm here from the Donkey Breed Society in the Northern Ireland region. Jill Castle is one of today's competitors. We've a number of classes running today in conjunction with Paul Trimble's Whip and Collar Club. We've donkey in hand, donkey driving classes. We have a traditional class where you're going to see some implements, including ploughs and traditional carts. We have a market cart coming as well. We also have something pretty unique with us for class 1 of the driving, which is going to be really unique. We're going to attempt to drive a pony and a donkey together around this ring here. So hopefully we'll get on quite well with that there, and hopefully the camera will see it. So
awesome.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce you to Paul Trimble, the secretary of the Whip and Collar Club in Northern Ireland here, who's now the main force within the horse and pony driving scene. Paul, what pushed you into really starting this club and giving yourself a major headache?
That's the bit that really, of all I think I've done, is succeeded in giving myself a major headache. But the will of the people was out there. I thought we were being robbed of opportunities of having shows in places like this here, and in the 7-8 years that we're going, we have practically been the main force, without a shadow of a doubt. We're the main force and growing every day, bringing judges from the mainland to all our shows. So yeah, we're on the up and up, and we're very happy with that.
Paul, tell us about the range of memberships that we have now.
Well, we have them from the heavy horse with the Clydesdales right down to the Shetland. We have donkeys involved. We're very closely associated with the Donkey Breed Society of Northern Ireland, as we are with the Irish Game Fairs, who kindly every year have a few opportunities, and even today are closely linked with this show today. Yeah, we've got links right across the board in the driving circles, and today for the first time, we've always had in-hand classes, but today in a special way we have had added added the second class to our in-hand for the in-hand section.
Can just that we take this opportunity to bring in our judge for the day from England, Brian Brazier. That's it. Right. Hi Brian, very welcome to Northern Ireland. Again, Brian, I remember you in the past coming over and driving, and I actually was in the same ring with you, but not as successful as your good self. But it's great to see you, and obviously, what do you think of the standard in Northern Ireland?
Yeah, I just think that we're losing it, the job, you know what I mean? And so like with lots of Paul promoting it and getting it on more, you know what I mean? It's what it wants, someone to push the job and to fetch more people into the job, like, you know what I mean? Because we're losing it, to be honest, yeah, you know?
Well, one of the issues that I always had was bringing young people into the job. And Paul knows I batter my head against the wall and I get up at every meeting and scream. And I love sponsoring the kids. And as I will do again this year, I think it's a very, very important issue. And this was something that I had battered the British Driving Society about as well. So hopefully we can do something with that, Brian.
Which is a good thing, you know, it really is. You know what I mean? You want more people and young people in it. And then when you see people in, like, if you go to, say, like Paul's place, and you see things he's got, then you go to the show, and you see things there, and you think, oh, Paul's got a nice horse down there, I'll go and buy it. So it gives you the momentum to go and buy his horse to go in the show. So you really want judges that judge things fairly and put up what should be put up, really, than, you know, like favouritism, you know what I mean, that way. So that, you know, like it gives you more promotion to go down Paul's to buy something, which I've got things of these, and, you know, like to fetch on and that there, and you think, well, I'll have a good chance in there. But when you get judges that sort of, you know, favour people, it's not really good for the job.
Well, I think there was a wee bit of that in the past, Brian. Yeah. But anyway, look, I'll not keep you two gentlemen.
Thank you.
You're going to be very busy. There is a parade coming on. into the ring with some very nice horses, and I know that we'll all be taking part in it.
And I'd like to say it's a pleasure to come over to judge the show, which Bill's asked me to do. It's a really nice thing to come here and take part in it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
The opportunity to introduce the local MLA, Carla Lockhart, who has graciously offered to open the show today. Carla, would you like to just say a few words?
Well, can I say what a pleasure it is to be here today, and thank you to the team at Whitman Collar for the invite. It's a real honour to be driven in a horse-drawn carriage, not something I do very often, so it's a lovely experience. I want to wish the organisers well. It's great to see so many people here today. Lovely to see people in the flesh again after such a terrible pandemic, but great to see it. Enjoy your day, keep safe, and I know that all the competitors here today will certainly enjoy the day's activities.
For the first Whitman Collar show of the year, by kind permission of the McCusker family, and I would like to take the opportunity to call for the first class, which is the novice class, any vehicle. Can we have all entrants for the first class, the novice class, any vehicle, to the ring, please?
So the judge is now going to line them up, and then they'll be asked to do their individual shows. Over in ring 2, all of our hand competitions have now been finalised, and I hope all our young handlers go home happy. We're losing ground all the time, and it's something we can't afford to do, and as an added incentive for this class, I sponsor this class personally myself, and I think it's very important, as I just said. So there's a wee bit of an incentive here. First to 5 will get £5 each. So try your best, folks. That's £5 each. Number 17, Cara Cochran. It's great to see some of our juniors showing fantastic skills in the ring already. It's no mean feat to drive some of these big horses. I'm just particularly looking at Taylor Clark here driving the Frisian to the 4 wheels. Back in the line again, and that was a very well executed show. So again, young Harry comes from a long line of horse people, dating way back. and third. Right. Could we have all competitors forward for the exercise class under 13.2?
Well, thank you very much to the Whip and Collar Club for that lovely, lovely video. And I hope everybody has been paying a little bit of attention at the very least so they can enter our competition. We have up for grabs a super duper barber scarf supplied by Smiths in Coleraine. Smiths has been the main barber supplier since forever, and I'm sure that Stephen Smith is known to many of our viewers at the moment. He has kindly gifted us the barber scarf for the competition, and we also have 3 bags of Red Mills horse feed to give away. This is all one big, massive prize, and all you needed to do was pay a little bit of attention in the video there. And if you could name us the horse breed that was pulling Carla Lockhart's carriage in that video. So name the horse breed that was pulling Carla Lockhart's carriage in the video by the Whip and Collar Club, and you'll be in for a chance to win that prize. You can call us on the phone numbers. We have 0774 614 3306, or if that one is engaged, you can also reach us on 0744 3523 756. Give us your answer, your name and your contact details, and a winner will be announced later on today. I will also say that everybody that enters our competitions today will go into the main draw for the main prize that we have, which is the Swarovski binoculars at the regular retail price of £600 sterling, a barber coat, also sponsored again by Smiths of Coleraine, along with a Game Fairs hip flask to complete any great day in the country. So make sure you enter today, and winners will be announced later on.
Thank you, Ingrid. And now we move on to quite a unique prize. My colleague Paul Pringle was a great friend of the late Brian Plummer, probably arguably the top guy in working dogs in our generation. Tremendous trainer of dogs, terriers, lurchers, whippets, you name it, he could train it. And he also was involved in rat catching, great history, great knowledge of the old sports, some of the ones that are obviously banned now, but ferrets, rabbit catching, the lot. He wrote a series of books which are now classics, and if you look at these up on eBay, you will see that the collection that Paul has put forward is worth well over £200. I'll just read off some of them for you. The Brian Plummer books include Trog, The Pursuit of Coney, Omega, The Sporting Terrier, Sight Hounds and Long Dogs, Diary of a Lurcher, Hunters All, Rogues and Running Dogs, The Complete Lurcher, Tales of a Rat-Catching Man, The New Complete Lurcher, The Jack Russell, all by Brian Plummer. Paul has also added in 2 books by another lurcher expert, My Life with Lurchers by David Hancock and A Question of Lurchers by David Hancock. Now, all of those books can be won by one person who actually just simply lifting the phone, and they will be drawn from the number of people phoning in. Runners-up will get a book, Running Dog Maintenance by Penny Taylor. You've read this yourself, Stephen, and you would recommend it?
I do. I would highly recommend it. It's sort of like a somebody called it a Haynes manual for lurchers, which it is. It's full of stuff about feeding and injuries and all that type of thing. But it really is. It really is a good book. The only book of its kind, as far as I'm aware, for lurchers. But yeah, I would highly recommend it. Definitely one on the shelf for any lurcher enthusiast. Yeah.
And we're going to add another special prize to the books, and that is a limited edition print of Master McGrath and Mick the Miller from the John Moore. That's the original painting, but John has produced a limited edition print of a very fine quality limited edition print of that, and that's going to be added to the Plummer books. So a very, very nice prize indeed. Coming in around, I would say, the £300. So Terrier Lurcher fanatics, get phoning now. We then had someone plaintively say, are there no books on ferrets? So we took out the ferret book, and Ingrid, who is, and Stephen obviously are great ferret experts, Ingrid is going to tell you about the ferret competition.
So with the ferret competition, again, it works the same way as the Plumber books, really. All you need to do is phone in with your details to be in with a chance to win. Now, ferrets, as we covered earlier on, they make fabulous pets, they make fabulous hunting companions, they're diverse, you can combine them with the sighthounds, you can combine them with birds of prey, and as Stephen said, they're incredibly hardy as well, and they make great pets. So we've always found them ever so slightly lacking in coverage whenever we came to game fairs. So to make sure that the ferrets are covered as well, we have the Plumber book on ferreting, and we also have this super nice paperweight of a ferret posed on a rock, ready to rock and roll, so to say. All you need to do, again, is just phone into our lines. The number is 077 4614 3306. And if that one is engaged, you can also reach us on 0744 352376. Leave your name, your number, and all your contact details, and we can then get back to the winner whenever they are announced. Everybody that enters either of these competitions today, be it the fabulous collection of Plumber books or the ferret books and the ferret paperweight, everybody that phones in will go into the grand prize raffle at the end, which is the Swarovski binoculars, the Barber coat, and again, the Game Fair's hip flask to set you up for a great day in the country.
Thank you, Ingrid. Now, obviously, talking books, we ourselves, our flagship program this year has been, our project this year has been to produce a definitive book of Irish country sports. Now, we have a history of producing books. This is one we produced on the Golden Retriever. This is another one we published, my friend, the late Michael Twist book on shooting in Ireland. And in 1984, we attempted to produce a definitive book on Irish country sports. And it was the Irish Field Sports and Angling Handbook. Reasonable book at its time, but obviously things have moved on, both in terms of production techniques, printing quality, and things like that. And so this year, in November, we will launch, we will have published Irish Country Sports, A Heritage. Now, this is a dummy copy. The dust jacket will be something like that, but much richer. And obviously, it will be a heavily embossed book with gold block on the front. It will be, as you can see, a substantial book. It will certainly be the largest book ever published on Irish country sports and country life. And we've got, I've written a bit myself, but Ingrid has written a chapter and Stephen has written a chapter. And I'm going to ask them just to say something about what they have put into the book.
Yeah, so obviously being a taxidermist myself, I have covered not just taxidermy in the ways of the progress, the process of itself and anything else, but also the history. Ireland is actually rich in historical taxidermists that were actually world famous. And not a lot of it is known because, well, taxidermy isn't as popular as it used to be back in the Victorian days, where pretty much anyone and everyone used to have a natural history collection or a reminder of a fantastic day out in the countryside. It has sort of dwindled away with the years. But with the rise of natural awareness and the global state of the environment, nature has come back up to the forefront again. And as a result, taxidermy has also been on the rise. My area of expertise is taxidermy and the history thereof, and that is covered within this new Irish Country Sports Heritage book. Again, it covers the historical ones, but also where it goes from here as we are currently training up the next generation to hopefully continue on with this heritage trade. And then Stephen obviously covered ferrets and tickles.
Yeah, it looks like a fantastic book. That'll be one that'll be around, I think, Albert, whenever we're all gone.
Well, I certainly won't be doing another one. That is my swan song.
Yeah. But I was very privileged to write a chapter on lurchers, something that, I mean, lurchers are very close to my heart. I had to add the tackle in there as well. But we looked at them historically, and then we looked at the great greyhounds too, which is the lurcher base, I suppose. Mick the Miller.
Yes, Mick the Miller
and Master McGrath, and the history of that. And it was a big undertaking. I think it was one of the biggest bits that I've ever wrote outside my own books. And Albert puts up a no nonsense. Yeah, the deadline is the deadline. There's no dragging on. But it's a phenomenal book. I mean, I'm very proud to be part of it. It's definitely one. It's what a friend of mine would call a grandchildren book, and it definitely is. And a great grandchildren book probably. So it's a lovely publication. I'm looking forward to it coming out. We had to put all the sort of the big winners there, and there's all sorts of names will pop up. I think people will be surprised at some of the history and some of the stuff that's in it. But yeah, really well done, Albert. I think something that was bubbling under the surface for you for a number of years that you were interested in.
Yes, it certainly, we had intended to do this we've been talking about it for a couple of years, and we had intended to bring it to fruition next year. But then with having to postpone the game fair this year, it gave us a window. And also, I have to say, because of the anti-hunting bill coming towards Stormont, we thought that it was time to reflect on the traditions and the contribution country sports have made to the community, to rural communities, and to the rural way of life. Yeah. And we thought it important, especially if MLAs are voting on this bill, to think about how many lives will be affected if a ban were to happen. Also to think about the economic damage it would cause and how it would disrupt so much of rural life. And also farming life, because the farmers, we are totally integrated with the farmers in what we do. And so this was, if you like, I brought it forward so that we will then launch it. We will launch it at Stormont. Tomorrow you will see, we will have another look back at the whole hunting scene, but we will look back at when we launched the game fair at Stormont prior to a previous, and I have to say, a defeated anti-hunting bill.
That's right.
Where we had on the lawns of Stormont, I don't think we've ever seen anything like it, horse and hounds, horse and carriages, terriers, lurchers, no tackles, that'll be a new one this time round, anglers, shooters, all turned out just representing their sports. Now, we didn't try to bring out as many as possible, but what we did have at that launch at Stormont were government ministers like Arlene Foster. We had people from tourism in the south of Ireland. We had our good friend James Shannon, of course, all making the point about how much country sports contribute to the life of Ireland, to tourism in Ireland, and every other aspect of Ireland. So, we do appreciate the genuine feeling that some people have against hunting, but they've got to balance it. And if people are talking about looking after minority interests, they've got to look after the sizable minority interests that we represent.
Absolutely.
And certainly a similar exercise in the south of Ireland was met by Des Crawford RGC and a lot of other organisations creating RISE. Now, RISE came to the Burr Fair. You saw a snippet of them there. And what happened there was the Greens were pushing the bill there. At that stage, there were 2 Green ministers and 6 TDs. After RISE intervened in the election, there were no TDs and no Green ministers. Yeah. And because certainly it is, people may think it might be popular with the young and that to talk anti-hunting, but that is just simply not the case. What people don't seem, some of the people who are pushing anti-hunting legislation, is that the people are dedicated to it. It's their life. It's not just an interest. It's not like going to the pub. People live it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always, I feel very imperative. And that's what happened, I mean, with the Irish Game Fair, it has given me always an opportunity to put across the way things are rather than the way they're perceived. And you know, as you said, it's very much about the balance in the countryside. And I have no doubt, you know, and I've said this many times with the hunting ban, as we've seen in the mainland UK, that with the hunting ban, if a hunting ban, I don't think it will, but if it did come here, we would see a reduction in the fox population, without a doubt. And that has been proven time and time again, you know.
The other thing that hasn't really been looked at about it is enforcing such a ban.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, now the Field Sports Channel video that looked at it a couple of weeks ago, you know, we've heard the League Against Cruel Sports and other people putting forward the idea that foxes could be controlled by fencing, by putting lights up, by putting all sorts of electronic scarers up. Now, I have to say, I have tried all of those with my badger population, and none of them work. The badger actually knocked over the scarer. It bulldozed its way through the fence. And the scents, I put up all sorts of scents around, and they seemed, what actually the badger did do was it used the scent paste as a latrine. So, you know, I mean, that just doesn't work. And as young Dan Kinney said, I say in deference to young Dan Kinney, because we knew Dan Kinney Sr., Rod and Gun from the newsletter, and I was speaking to him the other day, 93 years young, mind as clear as a bell, reflecting on how we walked over the moors, where he produced hundreds of grouse. He produced hundreds of grouse because he controlled foxes. Now, young Dan does control foxes for farmers. He was called out 47 times last year to control foxes that were killing sheep. Now, when someone put it to him that they could fence the livestock, he laughed because he said, looking around the glens, how would you fence this whole area in? And that is true. And this showed in some ways the ignorance of the people who are proposing such a bill. But what they do need, and I would ask the proposers of the bill to come and speak to the rural community.
Yeah, that's absolutely essential. It's all fair and well, as you said, if they have their opinions on what they do, but they very must understand it. They need to understand what they're talking about and what they're doing and the implications of such a ban in many, many ways.
Well, what we're going to do, one of our guests has unfortunately cried off, and if you just leave the book there, Ingrid, we're going to make an offer on the book. The book will be sold in November at £60, including post and package. Now, a friend of mine who's in the book trade said to me that I should be selling it at £100, but I want to bring it to the largest number of people possible. And over the next couple of days, we're making a special offer for pre-orders of £50, including post and package. So that is a discount of £10. And express your interest. We're not asking for money now. Express your interest if you send an email to irishcountrylifestyle@btinternet.com. Now, as I say, one of our guests has cried off. I'm going to ask Stephen to bring the tekel in.
Yeah, okay.
And we'll talk tekel for 5 or 10 minutes until we catch up.
In the meantime, as a reminder, our competitions are still running. So for the competitions for the barber scarf, the ferret book, and the plumber's books, you can phone in on 0774 614 3306, or if that number is indeed engaged, you can reach us on 0744 3523 756. Again, all you need to do is leave your name, your number, and your contact details, and we will be in touch with the lucky winners at the end of the show. They'll probably be announced on the Facebook page as well.
Yes, they will.
And again, that's a fantastic offer for what is going to be a legacy book. So I can highly recommend that you put your pre-orders in, because there's going to be nothing like it.
Yes, we're delighted to have captured the memories and recollections of several people. And I actually have read the chapters with great interest myself, and I've learned from it. And, you know, we've got fantastic chapters on pointers and setters, HPRs, retrievers, spaniels, terrier and lurchers and tekels. And we've also got magnificent piece on angling, all sorts of angling. right from across Ireland, and also obviously Stevie Munn has done a nice piece on angling in Antrim, the host area of the Great Game Fairs of Ireland. But there's so many things that the book has covered. There's falconry, there's fine food and drink, and then a record of over all we've done over the years. So it really is a great book. And as Stephen was saying, it's a grandparents' book, etc., and everything else. But it is a heritage book, and this one was in '84. So based on that, I think I'd certainly not be here when the next one comes out. But when I'm on my feet, as it were, I'd like to apologise for some of the delays we had this morning due to technology, not due to our technical expert, but due to the internet connection that we have here. I'm fortunate to live up a long lane, 500-yard lane, in beautiful countryside, beautiful isolation, lots of bird song, etc. But what the price I have to pay for that, as Ingrid said, for your paradise, is that we have very poor internet connection. So we have been working with improvised internet connection, and John, who's been facilitating, has done a magnificent job by cobbling various things together. We started off on our tests over the last couple of weeks, were brilliant, and it looked as if we could cope, because John had brought additional technology in. My internet speed is 1.5, so you can guess that doesn't run very much. But we had all sorts of things, in 4G, etc., and we thought we were coping. And then, of course, Sod's Law this morning, we got it running and it crashed. So apologies for any disruption, and people, it's not, Great Game Fairs are renowned for delivering everything on time and perfectly. So on this occasion, things do go wrong. And it's our first live streaming event. We've learned from it. We now have it up and running, and hopefully we will not have any more problems with it over the next 2 days. Tomorrow is a really big day when we have a lot of specially prepared video for us. We're dealing with a hunting issue. We're dealing with it in a non-emotive way, where George Logan has produced an excellent video on the East Antrim hunt and some of the traditions of hunting and some of the things that could be lost if we did have an anti-hunting bill. But anyway, well, we're waiting to go on to our next video. We've asked Stephen to bring in the tackle.
The tackle, the German.
Now, for anyone who doesn't have a tackle, tell them why they should have one.
For me, well, the reason why I got a tackle was because I'm involved in sort of various country sports. So for me to keep a spaniel and maybe a pointer and maybe something else just wouldn't be. I'd end up with a kennel full of dogs. A tackle is a very multi-purpose dog. They're a German breed. They're simply a wire-haired Dachshund. A lot of people get that confused of a Dachshund and a tackle, but they're the wire-haired version of a Dachshund. And a Dachshund, you have three different sizes, so there's 9 different types altogether. 3 different sizes, 3 different coats. So we have standard, miniature, and Canincian. Poppy's a standard, but she's very small for a standard. They will do all sorts of stuff. You've seen Poppy retrieving ducks off the water. She very much excels as a gun dog, I suppose you say. She's not going to be a field trial dog, but she excels as a gun dog, a tackle gun dog. She will happily go shoot and snipe or retrieve ducks from the water. She's a great rat catcher. Loves kids. She caught 97. Well, her and a couple of the other tackles caught 97 rats in 2 hours in a recycling plant. And then they also like blood tracking. So they're very, very big in Germany. They're a German breed.
And if you wanted to get a tackle locally, where would you get one?
Well, tackles, about probably 10 years ago when I was looking for one, I couldn't get a tackle. Germany was, the first one I got was a showbred tackle, but he worked because I suppose all the showbred ones are German bred originally. But there are various people breeding them. There's a couple of breeders now around north and south. Some very good tackles. A lot of people are importing them from Germany, which is important because they do have some health issues, as do pedigree dogs. They have things like PRA and Lafora, which all can be avoided with health testing. Yes. Yeah, health testing. The German, and the Kennel Club in Germany have a separate club only for tackles called the DTK, the Deutsche Tackle Club. So they're very focused on health testing and breeding standards and various things like that, which is good. So you know if you're getting a German import tackle, you're getting the sort of the very best quality you can get. But they will do all sorts of stuff. Very excel at blood tracking. And then in Germany they will also do very low to the ground, and then these big ears fold in. So there's always this sort of, are they? Exactly. And there's always this debate, are they a sort of a terrier or a hound, which are sort of both. You can see they're very heavy boned.
Well, you can hear even from the sound It's
Yeah.
more like a hound than a terrier.
Than a terrier, yeah, they wouldn't be.
That's a nice noise.
Yeah, but and they don't tend to waste time on a cold scent.
When they are hunting the scent, do they make a noise?
They would very very loud on
So
scent,
like a
yeah,
hound.
like a hound, and the Germans would call that Spurlaut. And then sometimes.
That's recommended.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Whereas
absolutely.
obviously, when we're training gun dogs,
You don't want them to make a sound.
no
Yeah, yeah,
noise at
yeah.
all, no noise.
Yeah, no.
I squeak. I remember actually, funny enough, the aforesaid Michael McGivern, who's lying in a hospital bed. I remember he and I were running in a trial, and I had my golden retriever, and he had his Labrador, and his Labrador made a noise, and he immediately turned around and looked at my dog. And the judge looked at my dog, and I was so gullible. I looked at my dog, and so certainly they make a squeak in trials. They're right. But what about if you're shooting and do they make noise then?
It depends what they're doing. They in Germany, they what they do as a young pup is they put them on hare scent. They don't necessarily go to chase or pursue the hare or to catch the hare, but they put them on the scent, and then they work them on various things very young, so they tend to stick to certain things. So if you get them on a scent of a hare when they're very young, they'll stick to that, or the scent of a rabbit, or different things like that. But no, unless there's a warm scent, they wouldn't waste time on a cold scent.
Have you shot ducks at night with it?
I have, yeah. I have.
Well, like, funny, my old goal, and the very first goal I had was an inveterate duck hunt, and at night when we would have been waiting, I would have seen his whole head go like this, and I'd have known something was coming.
Yeah.
Don't you anything like that?
Not so much like that. No, I mean they're not sort of gun dog. But
I don't know what it was. He just seemed to pick up, obviously the noise, but I can remember as well. He used to go like this, and I knew duck coming in before I heard anything. But it is remarkable what the dogs, and this seems to be very much an all-round dog with a lot of characters.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
I think they're absolutely fabulous. It's a breed that is very close to heart. Obviously, originally it was from Germany. I'm originally from Holland, which is right next door. And Teckels were always very, very popular in the Netherlands as well.
Yeah.
So it's a breed well known.
But it's amazing. I mean, whenever I started to put the book together with my good friend in Germany, Julia Zermeta, we started about 2018, I think, and the amount of stuff that we started to get back where they were just right across the world. I mean, there's people in Canada that track bears with them, and all sorts of stuff. There's a lady actually in the next volume, International Working Tackle Volume 2, who was involved in a conservation project in Estonia with beavers, and they use tackles to track the beavers and do various things like that. So they're so multi-purpose.
And I suppose they're an extremely game dog. They won't back off.
No, but they're sensible. Game, but very sensible. They're more like a boxer. Yeah, they're more like a boxer rather than they wouldn't charge in. And they use one of the reasons.
They're not a hard dog.
No.
They're a dog that uses
its brain, and that's why they use them for wild boar, because they tend to sit back and they move the boar about. The reason they're really in demand now in driven hunts in Germany, because one of the reasons is, I suppose, the humane dispatch of wild boar is always in the forefront of anybody's mind. So with the larger dogs, they would tend to make the boar run, where the boar aren't as afraid of the tackles, but the tackles kind of trot them along, so the boar don't move as quick.
Yes,
so anybody on a high stand can get a good clean shot rather than
and of course
charging through the wood.
Yes, of course, the larger dogs would engage.
Yeah,
probably.
they engage where the tackles would stand back. They do wear Teflon vests in Germany, but they're a lot harder for the boar to hit because they're so low.
They're so low that the boar has to get in and shot boar.
But I've been to a few driven hunts in Germany, but I really have to say I enjoyed the beating and working with the dogs more than the shooting for a strange reason. But one of the best memories I have was the first time I went to Germany. We took about 15 or 20 tackles down a lane into a forestry, and one of them run behind two trees, and it was that kind of dusty snow, and he started to bark, and this probably 250-pound boar smashed through the trees and put the snow above his head, and all the tackles charged him up the hill.
They're an unbelievably dangerous opponent.
Oh, terribly dangerous.
I shot them in Indonesia, but we were on top of a Land Rover with guns and scabbards, and in Indonesia on the front with a light shining in their eyes. But I shot a tusker, and I really wanted the tusks, but it was wounded, and they wouldn't let me get down because the guy had been attacked by a boar and very, very severely gored.
Yeah, one of the areas I shot in and beat it in a couple of years ago was Heidelberg, and there was a guy there a couple of years before in a forestry, and they had a boar that had been shot and injured, and they used a tackle to track it. And when the guy got there, he got injured, but opened an artery in his leg, and he had to get airlifted from the.
That's exactly what happened to the chap because apparently, now whether it's accident or design, boars tend to go for the groin.
Yeah.
And the number of people who've been killed by blood spurting because they go, and they're, of course, they're a huge animal.
Massive. You don't realise until you get up close.
Yeah, well, the one that I actually shot a couple of longer range between the eyes, as it were, with the thing. But the one that I actually did, I actually shot it, and it came back and it gored at the Land Rover. Yeah. And I had to take a second shot at it, and it certainly was a massive thing. It was right up to the, just below the window of the Land Rover.
Yeah, some of them are very
very heavy. And it's remarkable to think of a small thing like this.
Yeah, but they seem to weld onto boars so well that it's just like a natural thing for them to go to boar. But they do tend to stand back and bark, and they move the boar along a lot slower. Move them along rather than engaging with them, which makes more sense really. And then by law, this thing that she's wearing here is called a Bodo band or a signal band. So by law in Germany, they have to wear these, as do the hunters have to wear orange blaze. And then you also, in the terms of boar, you have to wear Teflon trousers.
It's funny to see actually when you are outside. We were shooting in Sweden, a lot of coloured stuff.
Yeah,
on,
they do. It's a sort of
we try to hide ourselves.
Yeah.
Whereas they, well, I suppose they're taking a chance because so many people involved.
So many people.
A moose hunt or something like that obviously would be dangerous. Yeah. Now the big question. Obviously, some of the prices of working dogs went sky through the roof with the pandemic. What would you pay for and they're a cute dog. I could see lots of people saying, I would like one of those little dogs. Yeah. And it probably wouldn't be for the right purpose in a way. What would you pay for a Tekel?
Probably a normal price. You wouldn't be paying any more than £1,000, I would say. For a well-bred, health-tested, KC registered Tekel, you should not be paying any more than, from good working parents.
And there's enough people. There's enough people that are doing it.
Yeah, there's a few people. There's a few people breeding, especially in England. There'd be more people breeding them. But there's a lot of dogs being imported now as well from Germany.
Well, I can see you looking at that. Would that join Cody?
Oh, definitely. If I had my way.
Adrian has the biggest dog I have ever seen. No, he's not like a Wolfhound or a. I don't think they're particularly supposed to be that. Well, not particularly supposed to be that size, but they're not. The normal one is not that big.
Yeah,
he's
a Northern Inuit dog. So basically, it's never been a recognized breed as with the area where it would come from. It would get crossbred with anything and everything just to get the ultimate workers out. And the Inuits used to work them constantly for probably mostly freight. So they're big, they have short bursts of energy, and then they just sleep for the rest of the day. Mine, unfortunately, turned out to be a bit of a freak, and he is 9.5 stone.
It's one of the biggest dogs that certainly I have seen in terms of what I was expecting to see. Because
yes.
If I have friends who would fancy expect them to be big. But to go back to the book now, the fact is the Tekels are covered in the book. Ingrid's taxidermy is covered in the book. And if you want to put your name down to order it at the special price, no money at this stage. You just have to express your interest in Irish country lifestyle at btinternet.com. And if you express your interest now, you will be offered the book at £50, including post and package, instead of £60 and post and package. So it's a good opportunity. If you're interested in the book, I'm proud of the book. Stephen and Ingrid have made great contributions to it, as indeed has everyone who's written for the book. And I cannot think of any book on Irish country sports that will have more information, more memories, and indeed more how to do in a lot of things. So anyway, we'll move the pace to a slightly different pace, and that will be, we're going to look at angling now. And several years ago, we learned that the new deputy First Minister in Northern Ireland was an avid salmon angler. It was the late Martin McGuinness. Now, Martin McGuinness was a controversial character, as indeed are many of our politicians. But we had discussions with everyone involved, including, I have to say, because he was more controversial than most, we had discussions with unionist politicians who work with the fair, and also with the unionist the councillor, who was the chairman of the council, and they were very happy that Martin would come. We were happy with Martin when he came. He didn't come as a politician as such. He came because he was an angler. The great game fairs of Ireland have always had a policy of being cross-border, cross-community, and everyone is welcome. We ask people to leave flags, emblems, and bigotry, religion, and politics at the gate. We feel that country sports is a broad church. I have many friends from all the political parties. I have my own political views, and I've strongly held political views, but I don't force them down anyone else's throat. And indeed, when Martin came, I have to say, in my hands up, I was prepared to dislike him, but I was impressed with him. He was one of the best briefed politicians we've had at the fair. I didn't need to say much. I normally do quite a bit at their press conferences. Martin had researched the fair. He'd researched every aspect of it, and he spoke very well. He then went on, and Ingrid, you were Lady Clot, were they there? Because, funny enough, it coincided with us doing the Legend of the Masreen
Hound, that's correct.
Which was a wolfhound in Antrim. And we had a special painting, again, by John R. Moore. And, of course, Martin was greatly taken with the painting because it was an Irish wolfhound, very traditional. And Ingrid was in traditional costume. And Ingrid and another girl, I think had won a competition to be on the fair that year, and Paul Pringle, Charlie Jacobi went down to the loch with Martin, and there was a gale blowing in, the worst possible case to cast a fly, and he very sportingly had a go at it. He talked fishing. I found him, he had a natural charm, and I think people around the room, he went around the room and he spoke to everyone, and I was glad I had invited him, and I make no apology for it. But anyway, view the video, make your own decision.
Welcome to Field Sports Britain. Coming up, we're doing anything to escape the weather. If it's raining in England, my bet and the bet of Sporting Rifles Baron Pace is it's sunny in northwest Sutherland. We go up there with fishing rods to look for trout. First, fishy tales from Deputy First Minister Martin McGuinness as he opens the Irish Game Fair and Country Lifestyle Festival in Antrim, Northern Ireland, one of the few game fairs not to be cancelled this summer due to flooding.
Hi, welcome to Shane's Castle, the home of the Irish Game Fair. And there's a story here today. Hounds, large fish, big eels, and political. Now, the world knows that Martin McGuinness is a politician, but not even the world's wife knows that he's a fisherman.
One of the most interesting invites that I've had in recent times was to come and open the Irish Game Fair here at Shane's Castle, and I'm absolutely honoured and delighted to do it. I've always felt very close to country people. I'm the grandson of an Inishowen farmer, so I'm very close to the earth, and spent all of my summer holidays on a farm and hated coming back into the city. So I love to be around people who are involved in country sports, and as you well know, I am a passionate fly fisherman.
You're known on an international stage as a leading politician, but a lot of people won't know that you're a passionate angler, and I believe from a very, very early age.
Yeah, I've fished since I was 5 or 6 years of age. I took up fly fishing about 14 or 15 years ago, and have what I think is a unique record. That the first time I went to fly fish for salmon, I caught an 8-pound salmon on the second cast.
Was that beginner's luck, or have you done better since?
No, it's probably beginner's luck. Yeah, I've done much better since. I mean, one morning I caught 3 salmon on the River Moy between 6:30 in the morning and 9 o'clock. So I've learnt a lot over the years.
Take me through the hooking and the playing. What happened?
Well, what happened was I was with my wife and children. We had a small house just outside Buncrana in Donegal. and we arrived late at night. I got them into the house and I said to my wife, it's beginning to get dark, I'm going to go down to the river for the last half hour. I went down to the river, I had a fly rod and a Curry's red shrimp fly. I cast the fly into the river, nothing happened. I threw it in again, almost instantaneously, and the rod bent, and it was absolutely an amazing feeling. I was very immature at that time in terms of my angling skills. I pulled the rod so hard that the rod broke in two, but the salmon stayed on the line. I was standing up on the bank. I didn't know what to do. The only thing I could do was get down into the river. The salmon was lying at the side of the river. Lift it with two hands and throw it up onto the bank.
So you jumped into the river?
I did jump into the river, yeah.
Great, great. Well, these days with all the hustle and bustle of politics, can you get out at all?
Yeah, every year, religiously, I make sure I get 2 or 3 days fishing. There's nothing I love more than get way out into the countryside. So, because Donegal's within easy reach of where I live, I go there. And over the last couple of years, I've caught some really fantastic sea trout in Donegal. So I love that. It's really an amazing experience.
The Deputy First Minister is here today to open the Irish Game Fair, the 50th fair organised by the Great Game Fairs of Ireland.
And I particularly like the emphasis that there is on getting young people involved in it, because there could be no better activity than being involved in the outdoors.
Martin McGuinness is amongst anglers here. Top chef Emmett McCourt is involved in Feast or Famine, an internet-based culinary history of the region.
Obviously, it's the 50th anniversary of the Game Fairs, you know, and Martin himself is a great fisherman, passionate angler. It's great to see him here celebrating the salmon. I'm a passionate fly fisherman myself, so it's great to see the First Minister here. And it's a great setting, great location here at Shane's Castle. And hopefully we're going to do some great cooking tomorrow, you know, with the salmon and the Loch Ness eel too itself, you know, so it should be good.
And of course you cannot have a game fair without terriers, especially in Ireland. Your dogs are amazingly entertaining. Is it difficult to get them to that level of training?
It's not difficult. We do spend hours and hours with the dog. The dogs in my life, the Jack Russells. It's the way I've been brought up. I've kept them for 32 years. It's the way I've had them, and I spend my life with the dogs. If I'm not working, I'm with the dogs, and the dogs take priority every time.
The game fair takes place at Shane's Castle Estate in Antrim, and flowing through it is one of the province's best rivers, the River Main.
We are constantly campaigning to make sure that the politicians understand that they cannot continue the way they're doing, issuing licenses for fish farms, issuing licenses for mink farms, even forestry, even the way, in actual fact, pylons or turbines go into the sides of mountains, of boggy lands, that really we must protect the salmon spawning beds.
The Irish Game Fair is a great launch pad for new products. Here's the new 4x4 from Dacia. This is the new Dacia Duster launched at Shane's Castle. The car is available in 2-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive. And you have an engine choice of 1.6 litre petrol or the 1.5 litre diesel. The car's priced from $8,995 for the 2-wheel drive version, and it seems like a bit of a bargain. It'll be very interesting to see how it fares in the field. Every year, Game Fair organiser Albert Titterington chooses one of the local shooting, fishing, hunting themes for the Game Fair. This year, it's a shaggy dog story.
When John and I were discussing the dog, we had in our mind's eye a large, black, ghostly hound. And we searched about for a while, and then we talked to Tim Finney, who's a well-known breeder of hounds, and I said, I want a black hound, at least a yard at the shoulder, one of the biggest in Ireland, racy looking, looks as if it could kill a wolf. And he said, I have just such a hound, and it's called Aramis. Bratislavian stock, would you believe? Tim was judging Bratislava and saw this huge black hound, and he wanted one.
Now for more up-to-date lurchers, the Master McGrath. It's a race to find the Usain Bolt of lurchers. Is it all in the breeding, or is it in the training, or is it, what is it?
Well, like I've probably said a few times, you know, like I have a strict training regime, which a lot of people probably do as well. Breeding obviously helps. You know, you can't just give somebody a dog that's not going to make it, no matter what training you do. Or we'd all have winners, like racehorses. We'd all have a Grand National winner. But it helps if you've got a good backbone to your line.
Yeah.
And then it's all about whatever wee secrets that you all have.
Yeah. And are you going to tell us any of those
No,
secrets?
because I'd have to kill you, Paul.
Well, those were the heats for the final of the Master McGrath. The racing was superb, far, far too close to call. Who's going to win? Your guess is as good as mine. Let's go and watch. Was the Master McGrath something you always aim for?
I was up here last year myself and the family and the brother of mine and a few other lads. And when I seen what the Master McGrath meant, do you know what I mean, to Ireland, England and Scotland and the whole lot, I went home last year and I had nothing in my head only today. We went to Borough and we got qualified and we just sort of mellowed her out then for this. She's 3.5-year-old. Her father was called Scobie. He had 70 runs and 70 wins, which is some achievement.
And now you're the best of the best.
Yes, yes.
Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Finalist last year, finalist this year. Are you going to come back next year and make it?
Yes, I'm here next year, without a doubt.
Are you going to bring the same dogs or?
Hopefully, maybe the same dog, maybe a few new ones, just wait and see.
Okay. So you're not letting anything away?
No.
Good luck.
No.
Well done, Rose.
Thank you.
Well, this has been the Irish Game Fair at Shane's Castle. I hope you've enjoyed it. I know I certainly have. And I hope to see you again here next year. Don't forget there is one more game fair. That's another game fair at Burcastle, County Offaly, on the 25th, 26th of August. I'll be there. I hope you'll join me too. In the meantime, this is where Charlie normally says, push buttons, click your computer, blah-de-blah-de-blah, visit the website. I don't know what he's talking about. All I know is you've got to tune in next week, Field Sports Britain. It's going to be brilliant.
Well, that was the video that we promised you. I'd like to pick up on a couple of points from it. Obviously, big congratulations to Paul Pringle, who at that stage was doing the presentations. And certainly he and Philip, between them, used to do a very, very good cross-border presentation. And tomorrow you'll see Paul in white suit like Martin Bell presenting from Stormont. And certainly when he saw it, he said, where is that man gone? And I said, no, he's coming back. Get the white suit out for this time at Stormont because it'll make a big impact. But just looking at the fair there and the range of things that people were doing and saying, and what struck me was that the Lees, a very sporting family actually, Shane Lee, the brother of the winner there, used to run, but he was retired nurture director at Burcastle for a very time. He's now a councillor, a well-known councillor in the area. But certainly the point that he made that seeing the Master McGrath race had inspired him to go away, select a dog, train a dog and come back. And we find that, and you'll see in other videos the same thing being said, that people train their dog for the year for that race because it is the big race in Ireland. And then we produced the Mick the Miller race, which was for a different type of dog, a more traditional lurcher. So it was more the type that you would have, Stephen.
Yeah.
Slower, steadier, and a game finder. But the idea with it was very much the dogs that win the Master McGrath tend to be quite greyhound based, very fast athletes. Whereas the other ones we were looking for was a bit of fun for the more traditional lurcher. Even a broken-coated one. I like to see a broken-coated lurcher.
Yeah.
And funny enough, the Hancock books that Paul has put up, David Hancock was a very famous man for broken-coated lurchers. But no, it shows the range and how much it means to individuals. And that's why Paul struck a chord with me when he said, it's a game for a family. It's not just an event. And that's why every year people look forward to the event. And it's a must-visit event for most people and a must-compete event for a lot of competitors. Rose McCoy was on that, and Rose is still competing. I saw she had won at a dog show recently. And her family's involved in it too. So it's not just the person involved, but the family's involved. And it's, as I said before, it's not like going to the pub or having a hobby. It's a lifestyle choice almost.
That is very much
And
so.
I think that would be lost if country sports were lost. But no, I think that what we're looking forward to with the virtual game fair is that we've been building a very big audience. We will hit our target of 250,000 visitors this weekend. Now, we did have the advantage in that we started off because our magazine, which is Irish Country Sports and Country Life, which has been going for some time, I think 20, I don't know many years now, but it's a long time. It was under Irish Hunting, Shooting and Fishing, then Country Sports and Country Life. But anyway, some years ago, we decided that we would put it up free to read online because people were complaining they couldn't get it, but sold out so quickly. Now, it currently gets between 3,500 and 8,000 readers per week. So our challenge was not so much to promote the virtual game fair to get that number, but was to actually just transfer those people across. And we've done that very successfully. The idea of the virtual game fair was to create a platform, trading platform for our exhibitors, many of whom were hit very, very hard by COVID. Give them an opportunity to trade online, give them an opportunity to put forward bargains that people could trade with them for. The exhibitors that actually got involved greatest in terms of putting us on their website, in terms of sharing us on social media, some of them done very well. One of them has actually registered 30,000 hits from the virtual game fair. So any of the exhibitors are listening and they haven't done that, that's the lesson to learn. But also what we were trying to do was to grow our audience, to hold on to and consolidate the audience we have throughout Ireland, but also to grow it, especially more in the deep south of Ireland, and also into the UK and further afield. Now, this has been a success. If you look at the competition winners that we have, very few of them are from Northern Ireland. The stick making was won by a Welsh wizard. In terms of the virtual terrier nurture event, all of the prizes other than the top lurcher prize went outside Ireland. It was right throughout Ireland and the UK, from Scotland right down to the south of England. And our competitions tend to be like that because we've widened our audience, and a lot of those people were coming to compete this year if we'd had the fair. And we think with another year of growing Ireland, the virtual game fair, the heritage book, that we will certainly be actually building a huge audience for next year. As we said, we all worked very hard to put it on in 20. We worked very hard in 21 to put on a safe event well within the COVID restrictions, but it just wasn't to be. And as I say, I think we're all agreed that looking back on it, it was a hard decision to take because certainly I was looking forward this year to knocking up my 70th game fair, because with two fairs, and I know, Stephen, you were dying to get your teeth into the one in the south. It's a hard decision to take, but we feel it was the right decision to take, because if anyone coming to the fair had been sick or even worse, died because they'd come to the fair, I could not have lived with myself, because, as I say, we are the Game Fair family. We're not just a commercial organisation. We're a commercial organisation because it needs to be commercial to keep it going. That's why it's been sustained for so long. But anyway, let's go back to having another go at some of the prizes. We've had a few entries for the Brand Plumber one, but nothing of the level that I would have thought that we should have for such a big prize. So again, Ingrid, read out the books and tell us what terrier and lurcher fanatics can have of the Brand Plumber books. And there are no better books. This guy was a legend in terrier, lurchers, ratting and rabbiting.
Yeah, so these books, again, were kindly donated to us by Paul Pringle, part of the Game Fair family, as previously mentioned. They come to the value of at least £200 sterling, if not more. And these are the must-have books that are incredibly rare to come by, incredibly hard to get. So this is a fabulous opportunity, not just to get one of the Plumber books, but to get pretty much an instant library of all the ones that you really need. The books that we have here is included Trogue, The Pursuit of the Coney, Omega, The Sporting Terrier, Sight Hounds and Long Dogs, Diary of a Hunter, Hunters All, Rogues and Running Dogs, The Complete Lurcher, Tales of a Rat Hunting Man, The New Complete Lurcher, The Jack Russell, and these are all by Brian Plummer. But we also have, as we saw in the wee video, books by David Hancock called My Life with Lurchers and A Question of Lurchers by David Hancock. Again, the only thing that you need to do to be in with a chance to win is just to phone up with your name and your contact details. The phone number to reach us on is 0774 614 3306. And the other number to reach us on, if the first one is engaged, is 074 435 23756. Leave your name, your number, and you can be in with a chance to win these things. And not to leave the ferret people behind, we also have the Ferret book by Brian Plummer. And a very, very nice paperweight to add to your library. So again, guys, phone in on 0774 614 3306 or reach us on 074 435 23756. Any of these entries will be in for these grand prizes, but everyone that enters today, whether it was the Rep Mills competition earlier on or the giveaway for the Emmett McCourt signed book Feast or Famine, again, an incredible prize to get. All entries will be gathered up at the end to be in with the grand prize of the pair of Swarovski binoculars at the regular retail price of £600 sterling. A full barber coat sponsored by Smiths of Coleraine, and of course the Game Flair hip flask. All you need for that great day out in the country.
Thank you, Ingrid.
Albert, I have a couple of questions that I've always wanted to ask you. So I'm going to ask you now. Not that I've always wanted, I just never got time to ask you, but it'd be easy to say that you're probably, well, you are the most experienced game fair organizer in the world at this stage. You're a veteran of game fairs.
Longest running.
Longest running.
Well, we are the second oldest game fair in the world behind what was known as the CLA fair.
Yeah.
But of course it has changed management, and then in one of the years it didn't run. We were the only game fair to run that.
That's
You know,
right,
the Great
yeah,
Yorkshire
yeah.
Show was cancelled because of bad weather. The game fair was cancelled because of the CLA.
Was that
game fair.
2012? Was it?
I think it was somewhere in and around then. But anyway, it used to be our pride boast that we'd never been cancelled until 2020 with the Wuhan virus.
The whole world was shut down, so we
But
sort of have
anyway,
an excuse.
Nobody escaped that one.
Nobody escaped that one.
No, we're certainly we're second oldest in the world in terms of, and we're the longest continuously managed by the same team or a similar team. Obviously, people have come and gone. You know, when I look back and I see the late Philip Lawton, the late John McClelland, and late John Beach, all of the people who played a big role in the fair. And, you know, I look back, as part of the book on our dining table, we have a huge spread of photographs. Now, this started off from 6 big boxes of photographs, because obviously we have a lot of digital photographs, but these are the hard copy ones going back to the first game fair. And I looked through them and we thought, he has to be in, she has to be in. And we ended up with probably 2 boxes. Yeah. And then, of course, this would have taken up a whole book. So we had to go through them again. And I've still got perhaps 200 photographs to filter through. So if anyone is looking at the book, we've tried to mention the people who made an important contribution. A lot of the people who made an important contribution and still make an important contribution to the fair have been asked to submit chapters, like yourself, Ingrid, Victor McDevitt, Larry Taff, Dave McCullough, Michael Martin, Stevie Munn, a lot of these people who over the years have contributed a lot and who have been just come along and been part of the Game Fair family. But anyway, we from our box of photographs, we have synthesized down further the history of the Game Fairs. Now, you mean, we weren't the first Game Fair, if you like, in Ireland. There was an exhibition of hunting, etc., in I think about 64 in the south. There was another small game day held in Dundalk sometime that Turlough was speaking about, was in the 60s. There was a game fair held at Auchentain, a one-day event held by John Stuart Henry, a good friend of mine, because we used to shoot with him in Scotland, shot grouse with him for many years in Scotland. And he said to me, 1 year was enough for me when he was the organizer. But anyway, in 1978, Michael Dickey and I went to the CLA Game Fair in the Borders in Scotland. CLA always had a history of, a few days before it was torrential rain, and then it was glorious. It was torrential rain the last couple of days. It also used to have to queue maybe two hours to get in. And we were in a hired car which kept conking out, but that was one of our memories. But anyway, we went to the game fair in the Borders, and I said, Mike, we could organise something like this. Because at that stage, the CLA fair was quite small when we moved to Scotland. And we had a history of organising pharmaceutical exhibitions. I started when I was a postgraduate student at Queen's. I started to organise pharmaceutical exhibitions. We did them in Belfast, Derry, Cork, Dublin, Omagh. And then we decided that we'd move to the UK. And we did them from the Isle of Man. We started in Scotland, and we went to Aberdeen, Dundee, Ayr, Isle of Man, and we went down as far as Manchester. We had a competitor, and we pushed him gradually south. And then what happened was I was on my way to do a exhibition in Dundee when I had a most serious road crash. I went through the windscreen, broke 9 ribs, broke my ankle, broke my leg badly. And I thought to myself, ooh, this is not really for me, all this traveling about. So anyway, as it happened at the time, Mike Dickey and I were talking about should we continue with the medical exhibitions, and we actually, Mike says, I think we could run one of these. And so with the foolishness of youth, or at least youthfulness, we decided we would run a fair. I think that was 77. 78 we started to negotiate. And at the same time, we found that the BFSS were toying with running a fair. The late Major William Brownlow, excellent man. And we met with the Major William Brownlow. The secretary then was Stanley Scott, and Major Donald Hoy, who was the land agent of Clandyboy. We met with him in the Royal Ulster Yacht Club, and that was the plans to make for the fair, with the BFSS taking a minor role in it, but us heading it up. Now, I have to say, the first year we ran the fair was an education. We had really no idea in some ways of what we were doing, because we were trying to apply the rules of an exhibition in a hall to the actual fair. We started off, now Mike had a very good friend who met through golf, who was a major in the UDR, and we met with him for lunch. Don't worry about toilets, I'll organise them, he said. So we started off, I asked him for 6 units. I thought there were blocks of units. We couldn't get them for a while, and I was getting quite worried. And he arrived 3 days before the show with 6 buckets with lids on them. Now, it sounds horrendous. Actually, Tony Jackson, who was the editor of Shooting Time, said that his most abiding memory when he first met me, I was standing in the woods at Clannyboy undertaking or supervising the construction of what looked like World War I latrines. Deep pits with boards across them and hessian around them. And I said, I always said Albert Tittington is the latrine man. But anyway, what we did was we put out an appeal on radio, and we got 1 unit from Green Line, which was the ladies. So the ladies were looked after. The ladies have always been looked after at the fair. And we thought, what else can we do we with the 6 buckets? So what we did was we brought a guy in with a digger, and we started to dig latrines in the woods at Clandyboy. And they started, I think, on the Thursday. And they were the guy worked right through the night. And by Friday, we had the deep holes, we had the infrastructure, and we had them hessian off. And we, as I say, that was our first escort. We got some things right. We brought across Jack Martin, the world casting champion, and I have photographs of the crowds around him. Little tubby man, but could he cast a line? And that was my involvement starting to work with App Guy Ireland. And we've worked with App Guy Ireland since. And of course, App Guy Ireland and have contributed to the book. So you can see how the family develops. And as one person leaves the stage, another one enters. So that was the thing. The crowds, I always say to Erin when Erin talks about her gate team, because I say to Erin there's more on our gate team and there are stewards, etc. inside, and she keeps adding to them. But anyway, our gate team was 4 people. And Irene actually was so relaxed that she and her father had a confectionery stand. Well, I was very soon sucked away from the confectionery stand, as was her father. And they never, ever moved away from the gate after that. Son Johnny, who was 6, and his cousin, I think he was about 12, were responsible for selling the programs. Now, believe it or not, we had a printing company at that stage. So we printed 4,000 copies, and he was on, they were sold at £1, and he was on 10%. They sold 3,000 of them, and there's never been as many programs sold before. Now, we had people surging in, and we got brilliant weather. That was number 1. And the crowd surged in. I think probably a lot of them didn't pay, but the crowd surged in. Clay pigeon shooting, funny enough, another friend, Bran Anderson, was in touch with me recently. They supplied the grass carp for my pond. Bran was one of the people organising the clay pigeon shooting. Eddie Dash was there, still ops director from Ulster Game and Wildfowl Society. And we had, it was very spread out, but we got English exhibitors, Phil Potts and various people. And it was quite a good event, largely I think because of the, largely because of the weather. Now we had a huge, it was a success. It was not a financial success. I think it lost about £8,000, which was a lot of money in those days. I have to pay a great tribute to Mike Dickey. Mike Dickey sold every single stand at it himself. Now normally, I would do a bit of selling, we'd all do a bit of selling. But Michael Dickey, I concentrated on getting the organisation together, and he did that. And anyway, huge success. We got it set up, and then that was in 1979. And since then, it just developed. We've had some bad years weather-wise. It was one year Clanleyboy was horrendous. But we always had great support from the local TA. We put in tracking and things like that. And we'd always have put and take fisheries in the river. And some very, very good days at Clanleyboy. And we enjoyed it. What was the feeling at Clanleyboy was the parking, because people had to walk across the road. Yeah. And so that was one weakness of it. Very difficult, as you know, when we looked at sites, Stephen, to get what we call the ideal game for a site. And Shane's Castle comes as near to it as you get, because Shane's Castle has got the sandy subsoil, so it does take rain. Now, we do take precautions, as you know, because we keep the aisles wide. And what we do is we don't allow exhibitors to drive up and down them. One of the biggest compliments to me was a few years ago when I was at the Scottish Fair. I was introduced to the guy who was running it. And he said, "I'm sick of hearing your name, because exhibitors keep saying to me, Albert Tippington would never let the ground get into this condition." And it's true. And I think you know, Stephen, from working on it, and you know as an exhibitor, everything's tightly controlled. Our stewards know what they're doing. I don't have to tell them what to do. We have 2 teams that plug gaps. Johnny runs one team, technically, and then the other Johnny runs the other team. And we all know what we're doing, and we get away with running a much smaller team than, perhaps we would if people didn't know what they were doing. And everyone works so hard at the fair, and they do deliver a good, safe, well-controlled event. But then from Clanleyboy, we moved to Shane's. John Beach, who became secretary of the BFSS, and also a partner in the fair. He actually was the land agent of Shane's. We moved to Shane's. And we moved to the back end of Shane's, the Ramblestown. Shane's. And we had some good years there, and we had one very bad wet year there. And funny enough, it was not the torrential rain, but just simply on the Sunday, the rain came down, mizzled the whole day, and we had tractors pulling people out. That was the first time, and I think probably the last time we've had tractors, because normally we organise it a bit better. So then we decided, Brandon Leith from Ballywalter invited us to go there. I must say, Bran was a wonderful host and an involved host, and That's, I think, when I met you, Ingrid, because you came to look at his collection of taxidermy.
Collection of Shields taxidermy. Yeah, he has
Yes.
he has a fabulous collection of vintage taxidermy.
And Bram was very good, and we worked hard, and Bram was just refurbishing the house and things like that. And of course, beautiful gardens at Ballywalter. Again, not a completely practical site because we had to park outside and walk people under an underpass. It was also a soft site. So then we moved back to Shane's, and we've more or less been there since. We went back to when BSC ran the fair at an additional fair at Ballywalter, but when it folded, we were asked to go back, and we ran a couple of fairs there, but the council stopped giving us support, and it did need support because it wasn't a mass fair, and also we were running Shane's at the same time. And we had a little adventure in Montalto Estate in Ballynahinch.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Lovely estate, beautiful estate, very small estate, very impractical in a lot of ways to run a big event like this. And of course, I think we had poorish weather both days. But there's a Ballynahinch video on, and we'll have a look at that, later on. But it certainly was an interesting place to run. Birr we went to in 2007, I think it was. Yeah, 2007, when the fair in the south collapsed. And we decided then that we would take it on. It had moved to Emo and was very successful at Emo. But unfortunately, again, the economics of game fairs are difficult.
Yeah.
You throw a lot of money up in the air and you hope it comes down the right side. So basically, we moved from then to, we'd been at Emo, it had been a good success, but I rather liked Birr Castle. And I thought that the grounds and everything were lovely. And we went there, and Lord Ross and Lady Ross, as I said, were excellent hosts. And Lord Ross was very proud of his gardens and opened those to the public as well. So they weren't confined to a space. They could basically roam anywhere they wanted in the estate. The problems with Birr Castle was there was a very small gate. And of course, the ground conditions were soft. And after the first year, when Lord Ross invited us up to the house for a drink to see how things, he said to me, "Well, are we on for next year?" And I said, "Only on one of two conditions." And he said, "What are they?" And I said, "I will remove the top of your gate and widen it." He nearly dropped through the floor. "Or you allow us to put in roadways right round the estate where we will be using." So he rather reluctantly agreed to the second of them. And if you recall, when we put the roadways in, how big a difference it made. Because the first year at Birr, when we were putting our tents down, we were 8 inches in water. And we had to be all carried in. The roadways opened the whole thing up.
Yeah,
and they
absolutely.
formed the basis of the fair. However, the gate still remained a major problem in that all our equipment, heavy equipment tents, had to be forked in. And there was that one way in for exhibitors and one way out for exhibitors. And it was the only fair where I had to stay on the gate myself to sort of ease things and to calm nerves. Whereas I spent more time on the gate at Birr than anywhere else. And that was why I was very glad that Philip was inside, because I was on the gate most of the time calming people. But notwithstanding that, we had 10 very happy years there. And as you say, we couldn't have had better, more involved hosts than Lord and Lady Ross.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
We've been very fortunate with our hosts, actually, because Marchioness at Clandyboy was very, very good. Not as involved now, more hands off. We then, though Donald Hoyer, our agent, was very good with us. And then Lord O'Neill and Right Honourable Shane O'Neill have been excellent hosts for us. Brandon Leith was a very good and involved host. Lord and Lady Ross were also very good. So it's important to work with the hosts. But, basically, if you looked at Birr, it was all that was wrong with the site.
Yeah.
And you worked on it yourself.
Absolutely.
Whereas with Shane's Castle, we've got good road access all round. We've got 3 entrances we can use. So if anything happened, we can stop traffic and divert it somewhere else. And that's the way we work. Our stewards are all on radio. And at any time, if there was an emergency, we can stop the thing dead.
Yeah.
And do it safely and divert people. As you say, the actual site itself, it's not as maybe as picturesque as Burr, you've been to both of them.
Yeah.
But what it does do is, so it's easy to operate. You can operate in most weathers. I don't think we've never had to cancel because of bad weather, and it has its own history because at the end of the day, it's a birthplace of the Kings of Ulster.
Yeah.
So for all of those reasons, I think that Shane's Castle is hard to beat. But the site we've looked at in the south will certainly match it, I think.
Yeah, it's not far off. Yeah, absolutely.
And over the years, you've been working at the fair. Now, what have you learnt from the fair?
So many things. So many things. I always laugh when I look back to the first long net demonstration. I was so shaky. Joanne has a video and I can't even watch it. But yeah, it probably come at a time for me. It was probably an awkward time in my life, and it improved a lot of things for me, confidence and various things like that. But I've learned so much: organisation, weather, things that nobody thinks of. You know, them things that people yap about. That why is that? Like, it's not until you work there and do the things
that you find out the reason why.
that you understand that's the way it is, and that's the things that people they complain about. But that's the way it has to be.
Yeah, well, I remember it's funny how you meet people and how you. I remember it was John Carmichael the Falconer said, "Would you let this girl in to do her taxidermy?" So we met at Ballywalter, and then Ingrid has become an integral part of the fair. I do think I'm good at actually spotting talent. I think that's one of the things I'm good at, and certainly Ingrid was, we developed as being an integral part of it, and virtually every way
Grew
you
with
presented programs and everything else.
It's always been an absolute pleasure.
And I remember the first time you contacted me, Stephen contacted me a few times to ask could you do his rabbit netting thing, and I guess I don't think it would really work. And I was polite to him, and then when he did it the first year, for some reason you got your breathing wrong.
Yeah, I was nervous.
Nervous, and it seems to me what was it like? And I says, well, you were all right, but you could do this. I never believe in spoofing people. Like I would be honest with them, but a nice way. So I said to Paul, I think we could develop around that the poacher. So we come up with the concept of the poacher.
That's right. Yeah.
And that really did seem, that captured the imagination. And since then, obviously, you've had Philip Lawton as the policeman, and you've Edwin.
Edwin as
and
well,
Edwin
yeah.
loves it. And it's been a good act, and it attracts people. It gets the message across in a countrified way, but also a theatrical way. And one of the best ones is in Ballynahinch, where the guys from the Les Amis.
That's right, yeah, that was, yeah.
As comic policemen, and they were very athletic, a lot more
very
athletic
good,
than either Philip or Edwin. And they were doing roles and all sorts of things,
But it's always been good. It started off so, I suppose, rocky, and then everybody added a bit. Paul said about it. I got
Grew
along
into its own thing.
a lot. Yeah, it did. It grew its own feet after a while because we got the butcher's bike and the coat and
That's right.
And Philip took away in a world of his own. He got RAC uniforms and whistles.
Yes, Philip was an better dresser upper.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
And he brought a lot of charm to the thing too, and he was just right, especially for Burr, because he almost played the stage Irishman at Burr, which was very good.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, we look back on Philip with very, very, very many fond memories. But obviously, what we have done over the years is it started off. The first fairs were very much hunting, shooting, fishing. What a lot of people don't understand is many of the events that are now commonplace had not taken place before the game fair. Gun dog tests were a rarity. Now there's a gun dog test for spaniels and retrievers every week.
Yeah.
Now Victor McDevitt we were talking about this, and he was just saying, I always give you the credit for gun dog tests because he said you popularised them at the fair. Terrier nurture shows were non-existent.
Unknown, yeah.
You had the odd hunt, we'd do it as a fundraiser. But the second year at the game fair, Eddie Dash said, could I run a terrier nurture show? And when you think about Eddie, and I think terrier nurture, you think, well, that's a bit incongruous. But he put on, through also Game Wi-Fi, a terrier nurture show. The late Derek Watson, again, one of our family jousting and medieval and all, he's now gone. He judged it. And then Seamus Irwin won it, who was our terrier nurture director. Well, Seamus went from there to win the championship at Stoneleigh. So our very first terrier nurture show produced a UK champion.
Yeah.
So anyway, then after a while, Seamus said to me, I could run that better. And so he and Matt Lee ran it for several years. And then we had Kieran Young come in for a while. And then Tom Barry ran it for a few years. And then Kieran came back to run it whenever the pandemic ended.
Yeah.
So, say, angling casting demonstration, that up guy in terms of training and things, again in its infancy. And they have grown with the fair. The organisations have grown. It was a BFSS, was John Beach, part-time secretary, and Bill Brownlow, the chairman. The BSC didn't have anyone. The BSC had, and then they had a part-time joint office with Ulster Game and Wildlife Society. So all of those people have grown, and a lot of the events have grown and built and spread throughout the country. Because of the game fair. But to go back, as you say, we weren't the first game fair, but we were the only sustainable one. And we have been sustainable since 1979. We've run 68 fairs in the 41 years. And if you count the 2 virtual game fairs, that's 70. But with counting real fairs, we look forward to making it 70 next year. I'm proud to have been helped stimulated, but more proud of the people who have worked with me and who have made it a reality. And as I say, I hope that my biggest talent is recognising talent and determination. You know, I would be very determined if I set myself to do something, which is why the books happen and things like that. But anyway, no, it's nice to reflect on it. We'll reflect more tomorrow when we look at what was a unique event was Montalto, and we will look at some of the other things that we've done. But great to see the terrier nurture enthusiasm with the racing and everything else.
Yeah. I always do. I don't often get time to go down there now, but when I do go down, I love the atmosphere.
The other thing was interesting. If you looked at Field Sports Channel, they were talking about the Browning weekend had a prize of £1,300 gun. And immediately Seamus Glennon from Burr popped up with a £3,000 gun. And so that's something we've always concentrated on, the Great Gamers Bar. We give competitors, and you know, they may whinge now and again, there's not enough or whatever, they don't right. But we've always given competitors the very best prizes to compete with, which are equivalent to anything in the UK. We can't deliver fairs like they're in the UK because we don't have the population. We don't have the number of gun traders and big gun traders and things like that. But we can deliver on the best type of competition. And over the years, we've widened the fair because we brought in living history, now a very big part of the fair.
Yeah, that's right, massive
George
part,
Logan
yeah.
has been fantastic because it not only educates but entertains. And tomorrow you'll have a good flavour of what George has done on that. And, you know, the brilliant evocative setting of the old castle.
Yeah.
You couldn't get a better one over Loch Ness, complete with ghosts and everything in the cellars. So you couldn't really have a better setting.
George always amazes me the way he does, because that area is empty.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden there's
a campment and everything
there's
else.
There's an encampment there whenever you
And
go for your
of course,
lunch.
you know what I mean? We've got cannon, horses and everything else. Les Amis have been a very good team with the jousting.
They've always been.
And good entertainment. And so we've a really good, George is accurate with the living history too. And, you know, he obviously does a lot of film work as well, but really good theatre there. And then the fine food, we've really developed that. Because you think about Delicious magazine, the biggest food magazine in the UK. A couple of years ago, we were their base for the Northern Ireland competition. And then we had 4 of the farmer country showdown come make BBC make videos, and these went to over 7 million people.
Yeah, that's right.
So you know, I mean, as a food festival in its own right, we're right up there. Living History Festival in its own right, we're well up there. And then we've been bringing in sort of more of the bygones thing, you know, with the horse Johnny Fee and the horse John Threshing. Philip has now worked with the Whip and Collar Club, the Donkey Breed Society. We had a fantastic donkey village last year we ran. And then Philip has big plans for the Whip and Collar Club for coming in next year. So we're in very good shape going forward for next year. And we've learned a lot from the COVID thing. It has changed and our whole way of life has changed. And we were well set up with ticketing in advance. our COVID things, and we're going to carry that forward because I don't see COVID going away very quickly.
But we'll have to learn to live with it.
We've got to learn to live with it. And what we had, we'd even redesigned our large marquees. They're all small units facing outwards. And so we could have been probably one of the safest events ever run in Northern, but at the time we had to take the decision, the restrictions meant that we couldn't really do it. And we had this in the back of our mind, the concern, we're a family event and we wanted to be a safe event. And that wasn't going to necessarily happen.
Yeah.
Because although we had, unbelievable, I researched, I knew more about COVID probably than anyone in the world and how to prevent it. And we had, Johnny and Michael and they were on to things that stuff we could spray. It lasted for 36 hours and things like that, so there was, but as I say, we have over the years, we've worked hard, we've kept the thing going, and we're now looking forward to a new chapter, Stephen, with you playing a much bigger role, and I'm sure you'll have Ingrid's full support.
I hope so.
And as you say, it will be exciting to go to a new venue. I always love a new venue.
Yeah.
And I think that what we built into our own team and our own planning is a flexibility to make something work. Because there's no doubt about it, like Birr was, I can remember the first year I went to Birr and I hadn't been totally involved. I had thought that David and Philip would have it better. When I went down, I was just horrified. Especially when we were up to our ankles in water. And some of the tents hadn't been ordered properly and things like that. On the week before Birr, we didn't have the right tentage. And I had to plead with a guy, cross his hand with silver to make sure we got the tentage. And, although I would love to, in some ways, I would love to go back to Birr when I think about the gate.
Nightmares come up.
10 foot 6 wide by 10 foot 9 high. We got things in by letting the air out of their
That's right. That's what I was just going to say. Yeah.
And but a beautiful setting. But you see when you walk around the gardens at night, and in through the box hedges, there's no doubt about it. And I do recommend that anyone who's in the Birr area, they should certainly call in and visit the Castle Gardens.
Yeah, it's well worth
because they're well worth visit. And the history of the place, and what an intellectual, innovative family, in engineering and everything, the giant telescope and everything else. Some of the things they come up with. And Lord Ross, actually one of the brightest guys I've met, and certainly I enjoyed my time. And he was so involved. He said looking out from the castle over the twinkling lights of the Living History Village and things like that, So lots of fun memories, but good memories all over, like with Brandon Leith. And we've always left our hosts. It's my pride that we leave the estates in the way we find them. We see other events where they're ploughed up and everything else, but we leave them. And, we always, if we leave an estate, we leave in good terms, as we have done. But anyway, any other thoughts as moving forward? You're going to be the man in the south.
No, all I can say is that I'm looking forward to it, and it's nice to be able to carry on something that's been going for so long. And I remember going to the Game Fair as a child, and I remember actually one Saturday morning, really looking forward to going. And we were waiting. My father was at work in the morning, and we were waiting him come back, go to the Game Fair. Everybody was ready. My sister run through the sitting room, tripped and fell and split her head on the fireplace.
No.
And I never forgave her because we couldn't go. We had to take her to casualty, and the whole day was messed up. But I always remember that one. Yeah.
But was she all right?
She was okay in the end. Yeah. But
that's the main thing. My question would have been,
did you get to the Game Fair in the end?
No, we didn't actually get. No, we kept trying to get there, but it didn't. We ended up having to wait too long. But yeah.
And here you are today.
And here we are today. Yeah.
Well, we were supposed to have an angling guest who was Stevie Munn. Stevie has been involved in the fair for many years. He's well known. He runs the Irish Fly Fair. He also is involved in giving demonstrations and casting lessons. And he's also been involved recently in the development of the Cadence fishing rods. What we had really hoped he would speak about is that when people come to Antrim for the Game Fair, they often think we'll go to the Game Fair. They don't realise there's a host of other attractions in Antrim, including the Junction 1 outlet centre for a start. Lots of good branded products at good prices. Lots of nice scenery, lots of history, including obviously United Irishmen's Battle of Antrim and things like that. Randallstown is a lovely little town, and most of our guys, any of the guys who are staying on site, go there at night to O'Kane's pub, and we've got a Randallstown video later on.
Yeah.
And also for fish and chips and all sorts of things. But the whole area is a good area for a break. Some very nice hotels, including the McKeever Group have an excellent, and we've got a prize of a night in the Dun Adre, which has been totally refurbished, probably the best hotel in Antrim. But certainly the McKeever Group have a range of hotels in the Antrim area, and we recommend them to visitors, not just when they're at the game fair, but come anytime. The Ramble Inn, just up the road, is where we would go whenever the boys have been really good on the site. I would take them there for a steak at lunchtime. And the boys there really do look after us. And lots of people, Stephen Smith, when he's going home from the fair to Coleraine, stops in for his meal there. So lots of places like that. And we'd ask Stevie to suggest to people what there was in line of angling. Because you've got the 6 Mile Water and the Main, which are two big ones. You've also got Lough Neagh. And so for the book, he hasn't done it here today, but for the book, Stevie has come up with ideas for that, including that he's available to guide them and everything else. But certainly, and Michael Martin from the 6 Mile Water has also written a good bit of the angling in the book. So for those that would hope to see Stevie to get some knowledge from angling in the Antrim area, you'll see it in the book. Obviously, the Dollahan, the Lough Neagh trout is a big one for people. And of course, then there's the eels. We usually have Lough Neagh eels at our exhibiting with us. But anyway, we've got, so we haven't got Stevie, but we have a very good video from Glenda Powell. Glenda was the ex-Ladies World Casting Champion. She comes from a very sporting family, which we've had a very good connection with over the years. Her father, her late father, used to do security for me at the fair with one of his daughters, Beverly. There's actually a bench to his. He died at Burn Castle, unfortunately. There's a bench, a memorial bench there. But then Haley is a gamekeeper and did very well, good shot, and has done well at the. And her husband, Robert Dobbin, not Robin Dobbin, is a drone guy. So again, you can see the family connection all coming in. And then Glenda is, as I say, was the ex-World Ladies Casting Champion. And she also demonstrates at the fair, particularly Burr. And she also helps Stevie and everyone else in terms of demonstrations at the Fair in Northern Ireland. But this video is about her on her home patch, catching salmon, and with a cadence rod. So without further ado, we'll have the video of Glenda.
Hi everybody, Noel here from Blackwater Salmon Fishery. I hope everyone's keeping well and enjoyed the last video. Today I'm somewhere special for me at least. It's a place I've always, I suppose, wanted to fish. Anyone that salmon fishes in Ireland would have it on their bucket list, and today I'm knocking it off my bucket list, so I'm extremely happy today and hope to share the day with you and maybe some silver at the end of it if we're lucky. But if anyone hasn't guessed, I'm here at Carysville on the River Blackwater. Glenda's just behind me there, trying the weir pool. So we've literally just walked up here and started fishing, and we've seen 4 or 5 fish, fresh fish, since we've made the 10-minute walk up. So it's fantastic, and we're really excited about today. So we'll keep you posted on what happens here. So Glenda's actually just hooked into one now, so I've just ran up to try and help.
Isn't he?
Sword was a big lump. Bruce, is he? Right. Yeah. Trying to bring the rod up to me. So
So we're actually having to follow this fish. She's going powerful runs. So away we go. You get down that gap, Glen, then at least you're back on. Jeez, he's way off, isn't he? You sure it's not that swan you have? What did you change to, Glen, fly-wise? For mine earlier, I was thinking I might change up a size as well. I felt like there's fish there and maybe they're not getting a great look at it, you know? He's a beast, is it? Yeah. Seen him. That's the first time I've seen him. So if you want to stay there, I'll run and get the neckline, okay? Just set up my camera. He's not going to be a while, is he? Right, don't move from that spot. Guys, you're joining me here on the Sandhole pool just in front of the house here. So we're Glenda caught our fish just before lunch, so we're kind of starting back where we finished off, and again we're seeing lots of fish here, so really exciting at the moment. And there's a hatch of olives there at the moment as well, so the trout are really active too, so there's a lot going on here. So I'm going to keep going, keep trying. We say once you have the fly in the water you have a chance, so keep her going. Back up. So I've just gone back up to Glenda. She left me at the Sandhole, and she's down here at the cabin now, and she's just hooked another fish, so just heading down to her now. She's having a good day, in fairness to her. So yeah, we'll just turn the camera around so you can see her now. So yeah, she's having a super day, super fishery. I mean, you couldn't ask for much more. Meeting two fish in a day on the Blackwater in spring or in April is not easy. I'll take it the same fly. Yeah, excellent, well done. Nice silver fish as well. A lot of head shaking. No. Oh. No.
It's the longer runs they're making, aren't they?
Just take the hook out of that net there, will you?
They're a very strong fish. Unbelievable.
So lads, we're at the quay wall here, which is just opposite the opposite bank of where Glenda caught her second fish. Just going to wrap it up for the day. For me, it has been a fantastic day. I didn't catch a fish, but I saw more than I've seen in a long time, and that gives me great satisfaction as well. So it's not always about catching, as you know, with this salmon malarkey. It's you got to make it all about the experience, because a lot of days you don't catch. But fantastic place, fantastic people. Glenda's still fishing, you see her there. So we're probably going to wrap it up in the next few minutes, but super place. If you ever get the opportunity to try it out, I strongly suggest you do. That's about it really. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you in the next one. Until then, tight loops.
Well, thank you, Noel.
Hi everybody, Noel here from Blackwater Salmon Fishery. I hope everyone...
Thank you, Noel and Glenda, for that video showing Glenda, as usual, catching some very good salmon. Now, Glenda works with our Blackwater Fishery, as you probably heard. She's available for casting lessons, tuition, guiding, and obviously she will get you fish. I remember taking some guests down as an unangler myself. I had other things to do. I took 3 guests down, and all of them got fish. So I can't promise it, but with Glenda, you have your best chance of getting some salmon. I say she's very knowledgeable, will help you sort out kinks in your casting. And she was fishing there with a Cadence rod. Glenda is the ambassador for Cadence in Ireland, and the rods are being developed amongst many people by Stevie Munn. And I'm sure Stevie will be talking to us some other time during any other live streaming. He's also contributed to the book in terms of his knowledge of angling in Antrim. Now, as I say, I can't stress enough the fact that there are very good angling opportunities in the Antrim area, and they're covered in the book by both Stevie and Michael Martin. But we're going to give some very lucky angler a very nice prize, and Ingrid will give you the details of that.
Yes, so while Glenda Powell will be your best bet for sorting out any of your casting shortfalls, the Game Fairs of Ireland is your best bet for winning these fabulous, fabulous competitions. So what we have to give away is a night stay at the Donadry Hotel, along with, as if that wasn't enough, a box of Riverflies by Jimmy Tyrell, and angling books sponsored by Cocky Bondu will be the runner-up prizes. There's 3 books there called Bright Water, Salmon Flies, and Tide in the Hand. And these, again, are fabulous, fabulous prizes. All you need to do, as the rest of the day, is literally just give us a bell on the phone number. It's 0774 614 3306. And you can reach us on the other number as well, which is 0744 3523756. Leave us your name and number, and you would be in with a chance to win this fabulous, fabulous prize. Everybody that has entered today will all go into the big hat for the massive draw of the Swarovski binoculars at the regular retail price of £600 sterling, along with a barber coat and the Game Fair's hip flask for a fabulous country day out. But again, we're not asking you to do any difficult things. You don't have to jump through hoops. All you have to do, ring the number, leave your name and contact details, and you might just be the lucky winner.
Yes, and those books are fabulous. For any serious angler, they would want to have these books, especially the middle one. And we have a few of these, so if we get a good return in terms of people phoning in, we won't be ungenerous with them. Now, Ingrid will then go on to talk about, as you say, do think about fishing when you're coming to the Game Fair, fishing in the Antrim area. There's a guide on the Antrim and Newtownabbey website, and Stevie Munn can obviously give information on that. There will be information in the Country Sports Heritage book. But Ingrid will go on now to talk about what's the rest of the programme. But thank you very much for tuning in. We've more than met our target. We've passed the magical 250,000th visitor to the virtual Game Fair. So thank you all for helping us reach that target. We'll now, as usual with me, people say that once we pass one target, you go for another one. So our next one is 300,000, and whether we'll make that over the weekend, I don't know, but we're certainly going to be heading for it. And for next year's Game Fair, we're talking about, hopefully by then, we will have had maybe 300,000 or 400,000 visitors. And hopefully a lot of them will go to the Game Fair next year and go and stay and enjoy the attractions of Antrim and Newtownabbey. Now, one of the prizes that Ingrid's going to talk about, she's already said, is the night in the Dunadry Hotel. The Dunadry is owned by the McKeever Group. Funny enough, again, it shows how Northern Ireland's such a small place, the history. We used to run our gun dog evening in Eugene's bar in Randallstown. So he's a local man, he's done very well, family business, and he's now a range of hotels in Antrim right through to the Dunadry, which he has taken over recently, totally refurbished. It is the premier hotel in Antrim. So there's a video, actually, I didn't realize that video, there's a video currently playing on UTV, and it looks like a superb place to go for a night. And I'm sorry I haven't the prize for myself, but certainly it's a lovely prize. The river, the 6 Mile Water runs right beside the bank, so you can almost cast out your bedroom window. And you have a wonderful box of Jimmy Tyrrell's flies. Now, Jimmy's one of the best fly tyers in Ireland. And whenever we were looking, the late Peter O'Reilly was an expert on fishing. He worked for the Fisheries Board, but then he produced several books of flies, and he used to demonstrate at the fair. And he was very much involved in getting UpGuy going. And indeed, in the book, there's a photograph of Aaron presenting him with a cheque, because we always try to support UpGuy with a donation every year, because the guys do it voluntarily, come to the shows voluntarily. But when Peter died, I was speaking to Arthur Greenwood, and I said, I would like to do something for Peter. So I said, why not? Why do we not get a Peter O'Reilly fly tied? And so we had Jimmy Tyrrell do that.
That's beautiful.
So Peter O'Reilly fly, and but unfortunately he was only going to, like a masterpiece, he always destroyed the rest of his range. There are only 2 actually ever produced.
Made.
And Peter's wife, as widow, was one, and the other one went to, I don't know, it was a prize in some competition. But there's only 2 of the Peter O'Reilly flies ever made. But anyway, Jimmy was the man who I thought was the man to do that fly. So again, a wonderful box of flies. And then these are the books that are available for runners-up to the main prize.
And again, all you need to do to win the main prize of the night at the Denadri Hotel is to just phone in with your name and your contact details. By the sound of it, we're getting a little bit overrun. So if you can't get through to somebody, just leave a message on the phone. The numbers again are 0774 614 3306. And if you can't get through to that one, 0744 3523756. If you can't get through to a person, leave a message. All votes will be counted and you'll be in with this fantastic, fantastic prize. Now, as we're finishing up here today, we do hope that you'll all tune in tomorrow for an even more action-packed program that we have planned. We will be finishing off with a couple of videographs of just short drone videos of over Antrim and the Newton Abbey areas. And we will also be finishing off with a video of the Randalstown Festival, which shows you all that is going on in those local areas there. Again, gives you the reason to visit these areas, sees you all there is to explore there, so why not go and give it a try yourself? But we'll hope to see you tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Okay, Ingrid, thanks very much. And I will say tomorrow, if you like, is one that we are focused on living history and the important part that heritage plays in our lives and has played in our lives. George Logan has done a couple of very good videos, especially made for this program, running from the when the Vikings came up the Bann, right through the 1798 rebellion, right up to the Second World War, including what will be very interesting for children is to see a First World War trench that George actually has built on his farm, and how the soldiers lived and the squalor in some ways that they lived in, and simple things like they're making their own food and shaving and things like that. So very educational video there. And then George, we've got the video of when the Game Fair went to Stormont, complete with Paul Pringle in his white suit. And he's promised now to take it out for the next time we go to Stormont the 19th of November. But it's a good thing. It was actually combined with an attempt to derail the previous anti-hunting bill. And we had Tom Fulton and Liz Brown speak on it very effectively about what would be lost if hunting was lost. And then what we want to do is we will go through tomorrow, and George Logan, who's the fourth generation of Logan's Hunt. George's father, him, his son, and now his grandchildren, and also cousins and all sorts of things are very involved in East Antrim Hunt. And it's not just about hunting foxes with George. This is part of the sort of entertainment and of the whole rural life in the area. There's so many people involved in the hunt. And George, can explain better than I can just how much shops are involved, hotels are involved, hostelries are involved, farriers are involved, veterinaries feed people. All of these things all rely on the hunt, and it's all interconnected. Now, we're not doing a hunting on horseback video. George has produced a simple video of going to the hunt kennels, looking at the puppies being bred, looking at the work of the huntsman. And then George, I didn't realize he had this talent, but George is a man of many, many talents. George then gives an exemplification of blowing hunting horns. But I think what will come through to it is, and I hope that those people who are thinking about the anti-hunting bill have a look at this. It's because it shows just how much hunting is so much of people's lives. They live it. I know myself, and I haven't been as active because obviously I have the magazine, but ever since I got a gun and a dog, every weekend was taken up on that. If I wasn't shooting or running dogs in trials, I was training my dogs. During the week I would target shoot. Or if I managed to skip a day off from work, I would go snipe shooting, and this was the same for all of my friends. And we had the connections I made then certainly worked for the fair. And yourself, you come out with me on several occasions.
Yeah.
And including when I was on crutches.
Glenley.
I must be the only man who ever shot grouse in Scotland on the moors with a strapped up broken ankle. But that's the dedication. That's what people and the enjoyment they get out of it. And then the whole social aspect of it, having a drink and a meal with some friends after day out, having our breakfast in before we go for the geese or things like that. That's a whole way of life. I don't think people understand. I think it's like a choice of will I go out on my bike, or will I, will I go to the gym? It's a different style of life completely.
Yeah.
And I think that we've got to get this message across of what would be lost. Plus, there's the enforcement side. It hasn't worked in the UK. And the PSNI here have enough to do without going out to check whether someone's dog has got down a hole accidentally or whether they've set it down a hole. And you think what will happen is that you'll have neighbours telling on neighbours and things like that. And, the whole thing is fraught with difficulty. And I think with a bit of goodwill, any concerns that the animal rights type people, I mean genuine animal lovers here, I'm not talking about the more extreme people, any concerns that they have could be any of the more genuine animal loving conservationists, and I include myself as a conservationist. Look here and you'll see conservation in action, and I invite any of them to come here and tell me how much better they could do it. But those people who are genuine animal lovers and conservationists, surely we can agree some way forward. And that's all I would ask the people promoting the bill. And I know the person who is promoting the bill. I have a high regard for him as a constituency MP. I accept that he is a genuine animal lover. He's been a good supporter of the Game Fair. I would honestly ask him to think again, to come and discuss it with people like myself and the organisations. And I'm sure that a way forward could be, accommodation could be reached that could address his concerns in a meaningful way and in a compromise way, perhaps, and the same with the hunting community. But I think that's reasonable. I think that's a reasonable way forward, and I would hope that will come to pass. And I do think that he should have a read at the handbook, the heritage book, and just see what would be lost if hunting was lost.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything you would like to say, Stephen?
No, I would just echo what you said, Albert. I mean, regards to the hunting bill, I think a discussion probably on it is the way forward, and people to look a wee bit further than what they see. That's all I can say. I mean, conservation is that conservation has shaped the entire country. But hunting, conservation comes from hunting and shooting and fishing and.
Yes, what they don't seem to, and this is, as a biologist, and as an animal lover, my point is that we would, like farmers, crop a surplus. We certainly do not wish to see species wiped out.
Oh, absolutely.
Our concern would be for the species and preserving the environment for the species. The animal rights people, the extreme ones, they're talking about the individual animal, and they would look after an individual animal to the expense of the species.
Yeah.
And that they would conserve and preserve until there were none left. And that's something that we've got to make sure that MLAs understand that this sort of insidious propaganda where you see cuddly fox cubs on Christmas cards and cuddly badgers and things like that. That's not real life. That's not real country life.
Yeah.
These are ruthless predators. And, and they've got to be controlled at times. And there's no two ways about it that what the best way forward is that we control them most efficiently and humanely.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what the conversation should be about.
Yeah.
Not saying there should be no control. Will it affect, just a very quick one, will it, if this anti-hunting bill came in and you're outside the precinct, thankfully, in Donegal, but would it affect your work in Northern Ireland?
It would affect my use of dogs with lurchers. And I think a lot of people perceive that what I do in rabbit control is take a lurcher out, and they have this idea that things are torn to bits. That is as far away as the North Pole, because all I do with taking lurchers out is that they mark the holes. If I go into an area and there's 15 rabbit warrens, there might only be 3 of them occupied, but the dog or the whippet or the lurcher will tell me very, very quickly. So it saves time. I can do twice as much work in a day with a good marking dog that I can, and it's not about catching anything. They do hold them in the nets. It would take away my ability to use a dog, I suppose, and make what I previously done would make it illegal, which would have a big knock-on effect on my work. I mean, it would slow the entire process up. And it's really only for the process of marking that I use a dog. They do work with the nets and the retrieve and all sorts of things, but it's clean and quick and humane. And I mean, what's the alternative? Gas. you know, rabbits blocked in the warren and pumped with fast toxin and suffocated to death. You know, all the rabbits go back in the food chain. And they're used, the fur's used, the skins are used, the meat's used, the bones are used. The alternative to that is that they're left below the ground to rot, and it's not nice. Really.
No, I think that if people actually followed through on their suggested control, some of them obviously are in and they don't work, like fencing areas and huge areas and lights and scent deterrents and that, because, as I say, we have badgers here, far too many badgers. We live in the middle of 5 sets. They come in, they dig up my lawns and things like that. And we've had to resort to feeding them to stop them doing that. But badgers are protected species. I certainly agree. I do think it's important, looking forward, that they do need to be culled to stop the TB, because it's costing 40 million a year. We've got to balance. And this is what I'm all about, balance.
Exactly. There always has to be a balance. That's what I always say.
I think this is what I think the current Adionic bill is taking the balance the wrong way.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, I'm hoping that with a bit of goodwill all around, I think the thing can be resolved amicably.
I
and
think
to
so too.
everyone's satisfaction.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyway, we'll talk more about the hunting side tomorrow when George is here, because George is more expert in all the areas than I would be. I only have my own perspective as a sort of, as I would say, a biologist, a shooter, and a conservationist. But anyway, Ingrid, back to you for what's coming up.
Yes, so as previously mentioned, we are just going to finish off with the aerial views of Antrim and Newton Abbey, just to show you the beauty of that area, and indeed to encourage you to go and check it out yourselves if you're in that area, or indeed to make a special day trip down to those areas. And after that, we will finish with the Randalstown Festival video to show you all the things that went on during that event as well, to hopefully inspire and bring people to Randalstown. Again, one final reminder for the competitions. Literally, all you have to do is send us, give us a wee call, send us your name and address. The numbers are 0774 614 3306, or the other number is 074 435 23756. Leave your name and number and you'll be tossed into the big hat for the competition prizes. All winners will be announced tomorrow, so you've got to hold on to your breath a little bit longer. But again, tomorrow's program will be action-packed, so don't you worry, you will not be bored. We'll hope to see you tomorrow.
I'm here in Randalstown, where this week the town would usually come together and celebrate the Randalstown Arches Festival. As this is the second year without the festival, which brings together local schools, farmers, businesses, musicians and the community in general, we've put together this programme dedicated to celebrating the festival and bringing you some wonderful live entertainment. Every musician featured lives up to 3 miles away from Randalstown, and I promise you will be blown away by the talent that's on your doorstep. So now it's over to you to sit back and relax as we bring you the flavour of Randalstown. We caught up with George Graham, chairperson of the Arches Association, and he's going to give us a bit of a background on the Arches, on the festival, and tell us all about the history of Randalstown Arches Festival and the future.
Well, going back 50 years or more, there was a festival of sorts. There was a fancy dress parade on a Saturday night during the summer. That had fallen away, and a friend of mine, Marshall Moore, said, we're going to have to start this festival or this fancy dress parade again. And he organised to get half a dozen old beds from the hospital that they were throwing out, and we did a bed push, and that started Arches Festival about 30 years ago. I think that Festival has done a lot to cement and build the community relations that we now enjoy in Randalstown, and I think that the loss of that is just incalculable. I think people are depressed because they're not socialising and they're not getting mixing, and Festival brought people out. Whenever we put the lights on the viaduct, a local businessman came to me after it. He says, "George, I can't believe seeing so many Protestants and Catholics standing shoulder to shoulder in the street." And there was over 3,000 of them. We do a review every 3 to 4 years. And quite honestly, this last couple of reviews have thrown very little new stuff up. And really the consultants have said is, keep doing what you're doing. And really that's what we plan to do. Keep on training and developing people and try and provide entertainment within the town, bringing the communities together and making it easy for people to meet and work together.
And now for our first act of the evening. This young man will be no stranger to the local people of Randalstown. He's carved out a career for himself in music since winning his school talent show at 15 years old. Firm in what he wanted to do, he set up his own record label to help in his quest to build a music career. In June 2017, he went all the way to New York to shoot the music video for his infectious single, Emily. This caught the attention of New York's Hall of Fame radio presenter Sean Hollywood Hamilton, who invited him onto iHeartRadio for a live interview that was broadcast to millions around America. He's since studied songwriting in Manchester and is now back living and entertaining in Northern Ireland and working with LA-based label Known Strangers. Not bad for just 22. Here with his song, Made for Loving, this is Tiernan Heffron.
Hi, my name's Tiernan Heffron, and this is my original song called Made for Loving.
Like an angel from the heavens, you make me feel holy. I was made for loving, my one and only. I still get nervous when I'm around you. I'm falling at your feet, it's clear to see. I was made for loving you. My head's in the clouds, but I'm enjoying the view. I was made for loving you. There's nothing I can do when I'm falling for you. When I'm falling for you. I'm crazy about you, baby. I can't get enough of your love. I'm lost in your eyes every time you pull me close and I hold you tight, babe. I was made for loving you. My head's in the clouds, but I'm enjoying the view. I was made for loving you. There's nothing I can do when I'm falling for you. When I'm falling for you. If only you could see through my eyes, maybe then you'd realize what it's like. If only you could see what you really mean to me. I was made for loving you. My head's in the clouds, but I'm enjoying the view. It's made for loving you. There's nothing I can do when I'm falling for you. When I'm falling for you, baby.
What a great song. Thanks so much, Tiernan. Our next act I'll never forget hearing this young girl sing. I was looking up and around for a grown woman, and my head started to slowly gravitate down and down and down to this sweet young girl. She was around 8 years old at the time with an amazingly powerful voice. I'm proud to say she's a student of the music rooms. She's achieved amazingly in her music exams, but much more than that, she sang at weddings and been the star of numerous events and shows, not least last year singing live for the Arches Festival. And we're delighted that she's singing for us today. Her song is a cracker too. This is Scarlett Miller with Ain't Nobody.
Capture effortlessly, that's the way it was. Happened so naturally, did not know it was love. Next thing I felt you holding me close. What was I gonna do? Let myself go. Now we're flying through the stars, but this night will last forever. I've been waiting for you, it's been so long. Knew just what I would do when I heard your song. You filled my heart with a kiss, you gave me freedom. Knew I could not resist, I needed someone. Now we're flying through the stars, but this night will last forever. Oh, 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 oh. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. I wait for nighttime to come to bring it to me. I can't believe I'm the one who was so lonely. Feel like no one can feel, I must be dreaming. I want this dream to be real, I need this feeling. Make my wish upon a star, but this night will last forever. Oh, 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 oh. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better, ain't nobody loves me better than you. At first you put your arms around me, then you put your charms around me. I can't resist this sweet surrender. Oh, my nights are warm and tender. We stare into each other's eyes, and what we see is no surprise. Got a feeling most with treasure, and love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy this way. Yeah. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better, ain't nobody loves me better than you.
In a world of REM, ELO, CCR and AC/DC, Randalstown has its own acronym ACT in MLC. You're all wondering what it stands for. A group of local people who were learning music at the music rooms came together to play a few charity events, the Arches Festival, and then each year they embark on a tour of Portneuf, Donegal. What does MLC stand for? I'll leave you to work that out, but here they are with their version of Fisherman's Blues.
abandoned man in love. No, see the man down save the starry sky above with light in my head. You in my arms. Woo-hoo-hoo. Well, I wish I was a brake then on a hurtling fever train, crashing headlong into the heartland like a cannon in the rain, with the beating of the sleepers and the burning of the coal. Counting towns flashing by in a night that's full of soul, with light in my head, you in my arms. Woo-hoo-hoo. Woo-hoo. Well, I know I will be loosened from the bonds that hold me fast, and the chains that hung around me, they will fall away at last. And on the final fateful day, I will take thee in my arms. I will ride in that train, I will be that fisherman with light in my head, you in my arms. Woo-hoo-hoo. Woo-hoo. Light in my head, you in my arms. Woo-hoo-hoo. Woo-hoo. Light in my head, you in my arms.
Our next act has famous parents. They're famous for feeding the town of Randallstown for many years in Truffles Restaurant, and then most recently in the Truffles Tea Rooms on the corner of New Street and Main Street. Not to be outdone though, Riona has been singing and playing music for a very long time. She's a regular performer at the Arches every year and is currently working toward her grade 7 exam. We're delighted that she's back this year to sing for us. This is Riona McCann with Feeling Good.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me. Yeah, it's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me. Ooh. And I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Dragonfly out in the sun, you know what I mean, don't you know? Butterflies all having fun, you know what I mean. Sleep in peace when day is done, that's what I mean. And this old world is a new world and a bold world for me. Yeah, yeah. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of a pine, you know how I feel.
Our next act started writing songs in his mid-30s and since then has been somewhat of a roller coaster ride. His first EP picked up a lot of BBC airplay. His debut album was listed for an NI Music Prize. He won the prestigious Dawson's Songwriter competition in 2015 and was selected as part of 4 showcasing artists from Northern Ireland to tour Nashville in 2016. If that's not enough, he's written songs with Grammy Award-winning writers such as Gary Burr, Buddy Mondlock, and Don Henry, and he only lives up the road. This is Simon Murphy.
I was buying binoculars, she was buying ammunition. A red hat with a slogan sat on her head to mark out her position. What's so great about that, I thought, as the toddler pulled her shirt and cried. Here it comes, she'll hit him now, but she picked him up and held him tight and kissed him till his tears run dry. You're not quite who I thought you were, and so the lines begin to blur. So who's the human being now? This person I don't understand. Might we have things to talk about if I met you out in no man's land? I'm proud of the work I do, 30 years in law enforcement. Right is right and rules are rules, same if you're a rich or poor man. But Javier's a family man, the best cook in our little town. But the Iceman showed up yesterday, read him his rights, took him away. Now they're shutting Javi's restaurant down. I see you marching with your son. The dreamer, he was a friend of mine. So who's the human being now? This person I don't understand. Might we have things to talk about if I met you out in no man's? So who's the human being now? This person I don't understand. Might we have things to talk about if I met you out in no man's land? No man's land. Maybe in America.
Our next act, as they say, we've got Dermot and Alwyn. Dermot is a blow-in, like myself, found himself drawn to Randalstown for the love of a woman, and in normal times can be found entertaining in the local pubs around the area. Alwyn was born and bred right here in Randalstown and has played all over the UK as a drummer in various original bands. The pair work together locally in the music rooms and have come together to give us a song. Here they are with Have You Ever Seen the Rain?
Told me long ago there's a camp for the soul. 'Cause I know it's become Yes, I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Yes, I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? She's coming down the Sunday. Yes, and days before the sun is cold and rain is hot. I know they'll wait for all my time till forever on it goes through the circle fast and slow. I know it can't stop. I wonder. Yes, I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Yes, I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down the Sunday. Yes, I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Yes, I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? She's coming down so late.
I have to say, our next act holds a little bit of personal pride for me, as I was her first teacher in Randallstown Primary School a few years ago. It's fair to say she's moved on to much bigger and better things since then, and just this week at the time of recording has got accepted into her first choice school at Ballymena Academy. She had a sweet voice then, and it's even sweeter now. Her song choice for all of us, A Million Dreams from the hit musical The Greatest Showman. This is Eva Lily Beckett.
I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call us crazy. We can live in a world that we design. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our minds. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away to a world that we design. Every night I lie in bed, think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you'll bring me along to the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see. I close my eyes to see. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
Our next act are 3 members of a much bigger community that is called Rock Rehab, a project that is run by Antrim Borough Council. Rock Rehab brings together people who have previously played music, who have never played music collaboratively, and they sing and play a bunch of songs each week and have lots of fun in the process. There are lots of them, so we had to whittle it down to 3. So performing tonight, we have Danny, Mike and Seamus singing Knocking on Heaven's Door.
Mama, take this badge off of me. Oh, I can't use it anymore. It's getting dark, too dark to see. Feel I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door. Mama put my guns in the ground. Oh, I can't stand long black clouds coming down. Feel I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, 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 knocking
Every Thursday night in this iconic Irish pub called O'Kane's, musicians from up and down the country gather for what is known as a traditional music session. I've been to several of them myself and it's always a brilliant night. We've asked 4 of the local participants to come and play a few tunes for our show tonight. When they reopen, come down and support them and enjoy a great night here. This is them with their first of 2 pieces, 2 reels, Jenny Picking Cockles and the Doon Reel. Thank you to the guys in the session for those toe-tapping tunes. I hope you all enjoyed them. It's now time for our final act of the evening, and you'll recognise this girl because she was playing fiddle with the guys in the session just now. But she's also a very talented singer, and she's going to bring us a song right now in Irish. It's our final song of the evening. Thank you so much. This is Susan Mackay with Bridge Odni Walya.
Is a bridge Odni Walya, Studag mo Greek Raja, Skarjawarya and Wash, 3 yard larm Cree, Tanaketa faring ra, Leded and Naira. Is Godog to Barbray Hart, Erhurarnyal Masfir. Neil Ni Erbi Salya, Nanyala Caspionatalia, Na Blabwa Nanernia, Visik Voise. Oh, should Marvis Magrasa, Nistril Sheila Brayhart, Bailey Malana Hyliacht, Nagnierna Riu Clean. Is Buhal Jazog me, the trial han mo postan. Sneeburna wabiome, marwi me mavian. A pushless a story, Jan Regas be romsa. Jan Jernat and Donach, Ring Grimslew. Is Tershak is Bronach, a Kaihem Shandonach. Mohatan Mogon, Smeg Gosnil Gatram. Smeg Garkena Moibra, I mean Mograsa Egolon. She egg far Ella Posta, Scani Valium.
Well, that's it from us, folks. I'd like to thank our acts. I'd like to thank the sponsors. I'd like to thank the Archers Association. And hopefully next year we'll see you back live, having a real festival, surrounded by real people. We look forward to it. Take care. Until then, goodbye.